Hello everyone. Hello Twitch. Hello YouTube. Hello everything should be working. He says, hoping everything's working. Realistically, hoping everything's working. Now let's see. Hello everyone. No. You have had your food. You're not getting mine. Hello. How are you all doing? Tonight is the Battle of the Barents Sea. You might be wondering why I currently have a poodle looking at me so gloriously worshipfully. It's because I have a plate of sausages in front of me. This is the food I've got today. I have been trying to eat these sausages since breakfast time. You're not getting them. And before anyone starts thinking and worrying about me, I have had other food today. It's just a case of, yeah, these have been supposedly my meal all day. No, this is not the Scharnhorst beatdown. Scharnhorst beatdown is the Battle of North Cape. This is the Battle of the Barents Sea. This is the first time Hitler thinks that maybe he shouldn't bother with a surface fleet. And it kind of fits with the era leadership, so it's a good one to begin off. And yes, the poodle always wants his share. The poodle always believes he should have a share. That's what a poodle is like. So, hello John Culver, Timu Locker, Derek Manus, Mark Harkness, Leslie Mitchell, Mark Vren, Knight6831, Paul Amos. Hello John Shea, De Brock, and Rick Gosava, Stephen Richards, Michael Cooch, Richard Gross. Okay, so I'm going to pronounce his name, but I'd just like to say that this is one of the longest I have ever seen, and it's very cool because of that, but also it's very cool because it's Collins. Styling and profiling battleships and barbecue. Styling and profiling battleships and barbecue. Let's be honest, battleships and barbecue have me out, but styling and profiling them is even better. And Rat, hello Gareth Garfoot, and hello everyone. There are many ideas that many leaders have that would allow them to lose wars even faster. Usually, the best people to have ideas which can lose wars quickly are, I don't know, leaders. Any politician of any type. I would add, if you want a good example, there's the whole logistics train that the Ottomans ran to try the 1529 siege of Vienna. That's a great example of how to muck yourself up. No, not the first or the last time empires have, well, overestimated their ability to deal with the things of nature, such as wind, rain, and snow. It's a common thing of empires to manage to muck that one up. So, the Battle of the Barents Sea, a challenge of leadership. Now, pretty much what the Battle of Barents Sea is about, and this is the point that, you know, there's often forgotten, is it's a convoy battle. Hello, Cowtooface, by the way, on Twitch. It's a convoy battle. It's a convoy battle. This is the thing. The British have a convoy trying to going through, and this could have very quickly turned into another PQ-17, but it's handled differently because the British have learned from PQ-17. PQ-17, everything went wrong. This time, well, the escort commanders have been chosen from a group who are, even if they actually got orders from above, wouldn't take any notice of it. And this is not a criticism, right? Sometimes people listen to that and go, well, you're critiquing the other commanders involved. No. You need officers who follow orders, and they have many good traits, and they're very skilled, and they're good officers. They're still good officers in a different way. But also, and sometimes the officers who won't follow orders will get themselves into trouble because they don't follow orders. They'll get their forces destroyed, etc. Which, if this had gone wrong, they would have done. But you have some people in here who I will be talking about from point of view of their leadership. So this battle we're looking at from the perspective of leadership. And those people, a lot of them, are... How do I put this? These people are a lot of them are the types who are coming from the school of naval thought, which is, if in doubt, we will attack the enemy. There is literally an admiral in this who says, it is never wrong to head towards the sound of guns, as he charges towards 2 enemy heavy cruisers with 2 light cruisers and a pair of destroyers. Quite literally, the very definition of, you are outmatched by your opponent, but do not give a flying hoot. And yes, there is a tribal-class destroyer captain in there. A guy who commanded HMS Cossack at the Battle of Narvik, called Sherbrooke. And when I'm going to give an intro to this battle, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read from my book, which I do enjoy my book, and because it's got lots of stuff in there which I put in there, or things which I find interesting, which includes in it a little bit about Commander Sherbrooke. And his, how do I put this? His honours. Now, I just have to remember where in the book it is. I'm sure it is in the book. He says. I have it elsewhere just in case it isn't, but I was sure I put it in the book. I didn't even look to check. I just went, I'm sure I put that in about Sherbrooke. I should probably turn to the back and just check the list of things about Commander Sherbrooke. Down, Captain Sherbrooke, Robert Sherbrooke, 43 and 10406. Ah, yes, there it is. The King has been graciously pleased to approve the award of the Victoria Cross of Valour in defence of the convoy to Captain Robert St. Vincent Sherbrooke. Shouldn't that be a clue? There is a Royal Navy officer with the name St. Vincent somewhere near me. Avoid! DSO Royal Navy. Captain Sherbrooke in HMS Onslow was the senior officer in command of the destroyers escorting an important convoy bound for North Russia. On the morning of the 31st of December, off the North Cape, he made contact with a greatly superior enemy force, which was attempting to destroy the convoy. Captain Sherbrooke led his destroyers into attack and close the enemy. 4 times the enemy tried to attack the convoy, but was forced each time to withdraw behind a smoke screen to avoid the threat of torpedoes, and each time Captain Sherbrooke pursued him and drove him outside of gun range of the convoy and towards our covering forces. Literally dived through the smoke screen. Literally decided, smoke screen in a way. I go charging through smoke screen. I lead all my other destroyers with me through smoke screen. These engagements lasted 2 hours, but after the first 40 minutes, HMS Onslow was hit and Captain Sherbrooke was seriously wounded in the face and temporarily lost the use of his one eye. Nevertheless, he continued to direct the ships under his command until further hits on his own ship compelled him to disengage. But not until he was satisfied the next senior officer had assumed control. It was only then that he agreed to leave the bridge for medical attention, and until the convoy was out of danger, he insisted on receiving all reports of the action. Literally bleeding from the face, one eye not working, still carrying on fighting. Let me closer to the enemy, I haven't hit him with my sword yet style. His courage, his fortitude, and his cool and prompt decisions inspired all around him. By his leadership and example, the convoy was saved from damage and was brought safely to its destination. Now, as you can see, Sherbrooke is an interesting character. He's one of many. I can list through the captains of Royal Navy Tribal class destroyers and what they got up to afterwards and what they got up during. Captain Basil Jones is a good example. Vian, of course. Philip Vian. And they are intriguing creatures. Okay, I will go get him some biscuits. The box is over here as people are putting PT in the chat and he knows it. Ay, caramba. Poodles. Poodles. There you go. You know, these men are not probably cut from the same cloth as most of us in this world. Their sense of self-preservation seems to be reduced. Bad enough being Royal Navy or US Navy destroyermen. When you're a tribal or some of the destroyer leaders the US Navy produces, and you look at the officers put in charge of them, you go, okay, so when you were picking officers, you had a psych eval, and if it came back from the psych eval that they weren't literally deciding to eat the clipboard because they were so frustrated at being this distance from the enemy, you wouldn't hire them, right? He's a very good boy. He's a standard poodle, Garrigy. He's Raleigh. He's the senior fluffy research assistant. So yes. Good luck, teaming with your shift. These are interesting. I'm sorry, but I think it's almost crosses the boundary between courageousness and stupidity. The thing is, to get a Victoria Cross, that usually is the line you're flirting with. On one side it's courageous, on the other side it's stupid. And basically the definition of where you are on that line lies in the eyes of the beholder. But yeah. This is the Battle of the Barents Sea. This takes place in December 1942, on the 30th of December 1942. Or is it the 31st? I think it's the 30th. 31st December. Sorry, that was me. Getting my dates wrong again. Doing typical Alex, really. I often get dates one out, so if I don't have to check my notes. If I'm trying to be brave and I don't have my notes up next to me, I will, without a doubt, get them one out. Every single brigand dime. It's only stupid if you don't pull it off. Yeah, I think if you fail, then if you die gloriously, it's still a VC. As long as you achieve your aim, it's courageous. If you fail, it's stupid. I think that's probably fair. But yeah. And this picture, of course, is quite a famous one, because this is the Frederick Eckholt being sunk. And pretty much, as you can guess what happens, whilst they have destroyers attacking them from one side to protect the convoy, the Germans don't realise that coming from behind them, they managed to get between the convoy and the distant escort, which were the cruisers. And the cruisers are rapidly charging towards them, going, "We hear gunfire!" And so the Germans managed to trap themselves in a British sandwich, where they're the filling. It's not a good feeling to be. It's not a good feeling. You don't want to be the pate in that particular sandwich. So, with that in mind, we have lots of different leadership levels to look at, and I want to point out some specific good examples of what we're going to be talking about. Now, Captain Sir Rudolph Strange of Lutzow. I cannot find a picture of him. I can also not find a picture of Lieutenant Commander Arthur Henry Tyndall Johns. Tyndall Johns dies in the battle, by the way. Okay? Not the... he dies. We have Lieutenant Commander Claude Edward Lutley, Slater of HMS Obdurate. This fine-looking, distinguished gentleman here. But again, Rudolph Strange, despite going on to become an admiral, despite there being a debate on various websites as to whether he has 2 dots above the A or not, and the thing is that Captains of the Sea always has 2 dots above the A, so yeah, they're fine. But these are the leadership at the tactical unit level. These are some good, interesting unit leaders to look at. And, well, in the case of Lutzow famously in this battle is under very strict orders about what damage to receive because of what she's supposed to be doing next. So she's been given a lot of conflicting orders, and they knew that this is the trouble for the Germans. They give their ships orders like don't get too damaged, don't get, be careful your ship and all these things, and then wonder why they pull their punches, and when they're dealing with very aggressive British destroyers, the British destroyers are pretty much hurting them. There was a theory put around a few years ago, and it still does talk about some people, that in automated cars, once you have self-driving cars, they're going to be bullied by human drivers. Well, to an extent, because that's going to be because of the criteria they have and their safety margins they're going to build into. So they're going to make humans actually worse drivers. Well, in some regards, this is the scenario you're talking about with Royal Navy destroyers versus German ships, especially their large ships. They're under such strict orders, such perfectly written orders of how they're supposed to act and what they're supposed to do, that they can be bullied by the British destroyers. Far more than they can bully their Italian counterparts. It's amazing. The Royal Navy destroyers, they harass, they harangue, they drive absolutely full-on nuts at the Italian battleships. Italian battleships have been driven off by them, but it's a very heavy fight and there will be a lot of damage done on both sides. In this case, Lutzow will be manoeuvring so much to try and avoid the destroyers, she can't even shoot accurately. She's getting bullied and harassed by them so much in this. That's bad. That is bad. And, well, HMS Achates, HMS Odurat, they do some really nutty things. Now, Achates, of course, Tyndall John pays with his life for that, for the stuff he gets up to. But it's worthwhile looking at them. There are some really good examples of unit leadership. And the fact is, you also have to remember, it's not just the officers doing these things. The officers are leading a whole crew to do it. It takes a whole crew to inspire things. And as was shown with the pre-Dreadnought down in the battle, down before the Battle of Coronel, the Royal Sovereign style battleship, which was down there. No. Just no. Okay? It only takes one officer or one NCO, one person in the right place, demurring and causing trouble, and your ship you don't think you can do the things for your ship, and then you can't do the things. You need to motivate a whole crew. You need to keep the whole crew on site, and that's just as true in the destroyer as it is in a cruiser, as it is in a battleship. And this is the scenario. So they have to, they're all getting involved, they're all doing it, they're all leading, and they're a good example of leaders. They are a good example of leadership at this level. I'd say with Obdurate, she really does some absolutely nutty stuff. And when you see the O-Class, just remember they're O-Class. These are not Tribal Class destroyers. These are regular fleet destroyers. Gregory Zukov. Royal Sovereign is also a Revenge class battleship, but there was also HMS Royal Sovereign, a Royal Sovereign class, which were the first generation of battleships which are basically start the designs which are often referred to as pre-dreadnoughts. So, hope that answers your question. So, basically, these ships we're talking about, they're not the big fleet destroyers. They're the standard size fleet destroyers. And they're being... How'd I put this? Very, very well handled. But also, they're being handled in a way like... Yeah, put this... how you possibly handle a rental car when you find you have no scratch, you have all those scratch waiver tickets you've been given, and you found you've been given a sort of a box of 200 scratch waiver tickets. You just don't worry as much. Now, then we have leadership at the operation level. Now, this is kind of interesting because some of these officers are also at the tactical level. Because if we consider, this is Sherbrooke, by the way. This very nice, unassuming man, he could be a banker, frankly, look at him, is Sherbrooke, who wins the VC. Captain Robertson Vincent Sherbrooke. In charge of HMS, is also, as well as being captain in charge of his flotilla, his group of destroyers, he's also captain of his own ship. Very much captain of his own ship, doing his own jobs. Then we have Robert Lindsay, who's the rear admiral, who's aboard HMS Sheffield. The guy who goes, well, we've not received any requests from Sherbrooke. Sherbrooke hasn't messaged calling me for assistance, but I can hear action, so I'm going in that direction. And Sherbrooke, by the way, hadn't called at that point because he felt he could handle it. 2 heavy cruisers, about 6 enemy destroyers. That was fine as far as he was concerned at that point. It's just not sane. But leave that to one side. And then we have Vice Admiral Oscar Kunitz. Now, Kunitz has already had the Blucher blown up under him in Norway. Frankly, he is the unluckiest or luckiest German admiral. No, you're not getting a sausage, depending on your perspective. He both survives everything, but he keeps getting things sunk underneath him. So that's a feat of leadership in that he can get people to actually still serve him. It really is a feat of leadership. Knight, you're a lovely person. But Set 16 is going to be a long way down at the end and it's all talking about the battle. Not anywhere near it yet. We're doing this from the year of leadership perspective, so you can bring up the comments as many times as you like, but it's not going to get hastily getting there. It just looks weird in the chat. Now, leadership at the operational level is kind of different, because in this level, especially in naval ships and naval scenarios, you are not separated from the fighting at all. All these men are involved in the fighting. They're all there at a tactical level. They're all able to be reached immediately by the forces. They're all able to be hit by the shells. They're all absolutely just as engaged as anyone else. He, of course, as said, ends up blinded temporarily in one eye, has all sorts of bleeding coming from his face because he gets his bridge hit by a shell and all sorts of things. And in case of Burnett, he gets damaged. He manages to hurt himself. In the case of Kunitz, he manages to hurt himself. They all get hurt in the fight. They all have to react and lead a way they can lead. Okay? So, this is a very interesting leadership scenario for them. For them, they are both part of the battle, but also supposed to step above the battle. It's the duality of command, especially in the case, I would argue, for Sherbrooke. Because he has to maintain an image in his head of where all the ships are, a mental map, whilst also giving orders for his own ship's manoeuvring. So he's got to be giving orders to other people about their manoeuvring while manoeuvring himself. Think about that. You are controlling not just the complex instrument that is known as your own ship. You are commanding lots of other ships and coordinating them at the same time in pattern with you. And they're all full of humans. And some of them are going to make mistakes, and you're going to have to adjust around those mistakes. And the enemy might be making mistakes, and you might have to adjust around that. Or the enemy might make good positions, and you might have to change for that. So just think about how complicated it is. And the whole way through, you've also got to keep your crew going. Because every time his ship, with him and his leader, dives through, leading the other ships in the flotilla through that smoke to go for the enemy, he's got to take all his crew with him. This is one of those scenarios where you are trading the effort you put in yesterday with leadership, the effort you put in last week, the effort you put in last month, and the last year in leadership, for people's service today. He has built up a bank of respect with the people who are following him. They might not all like him, they might not all love him, but they all respect him and trust him. And this is the point of leadership. Leadership is often more about respect and trust than it is about liking or loving. If there's a leader you respect and trust will do their job well and will do their best to get you home, then you might find them a bit of a sod. You might definitely not love them. But if you respect and trust them, you will follow them. Over someone you love, they're a great person to hang out with. But do you respect them? No. Do you trust them? Not really. Because let's be honest, you can't trust anyone you don't respect. And you can't respect anyone you don't trust. And then we have Lindsay Burnett, Robert Lindsay Burnett. Now, he's an officer who you don't hear much about in World War II. And there are good reasons you don't hear much about him. Because the man has a habit of managing to avoid getting a lot of mention about him in battles. But here's the thing. He takes part in the Battle of Heligan Blight and the Battle of Dogger Bank in World War I. He takes part in the Battle of the Barents Sea and the Battle of North Cape in World War II. He commanded HMS Wallflower, HMS Keppel, the 8th Destroyer Flotilla, HMS Curacao, HMS Amphion. He took charge of the Royal Navy barracks at Chatham. He was the senior Rear Admiral Home Fleet Destroyers in 1942, when we're talking about this. He's commander of 10th Cruiser Squadron in 1943. He's South Atlantic Station 1944 to 46, and he's in Plymouth Command 1947 to 50. He is an experienced, reliable officer. He is also a destroyer officer. His first commands were Wallflower and Keppel, destroyers. He was the captain and therefore the owner of 8th Destroyer Flotilla from 1931 to 33. He's Rear Admiral destroyers in the middle of World War II, keeping those destroyers going and out on this operation. In other words, you have leading your Royal Navy forces here 2 destroyer officers who've come up through the heart of the Royal Navy's destroyer program in the interwar years and in World War II. And as I've said many times, we have this myth put around by people that, the Royal Navy in World War II is the battleship mafia. That it's the battleship mafia which dominate the Royal Navy and the US Navy. Well, look at the officers. When you look at them, you soon realize it's not the battleship mafia, it's the destroyer mafia. Because they get taught to command early. Especially that skill, which I was talking about earlier with Sherbrooke, was being able to imagine things in his head and imagine what the fleet's going on. But also, they are mighty aggressive. And in many ways, you want to keep them up and have those officers from the destroyers, but you keep them for wartime. They're kind of like, if in case of war, break glass, release this lot. Cruiser admirals, who are usually diplomatic and have trained in diplomacy on foreign stations, they're who you usually want in peacetime. But destroyer admirals, they're who you call in war. People who deal in certainties of either the enemy is dead or we're dead. are very useful for fighting a war. And then we have comets. Now, Komet's career is well, he's had a lot of operations in World War II, far more than World War One, realistically. He gets his Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross for losing the Blue Cut. That's what he gets. He gets in the Royal Navy. If you got your cruiser torpedoed by a fortress, I don't think you'd probably get you get an equivalent of a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. That'd be sort of looked at going, okay, were you at fault? No. Are you getting a medal for this? No. He managed to get released by the Norwegians because he was captured them before as the Norwegian troops decided to just leave the prisoners and try and get to various points they could go. His prior experience, he had an Iron Cross he got in 1914, and he got that in second class in June 1916 and first class in September 1919. But yeah, I would say, in terms of his experience and his career, he's not had the same service time realistically. He served with the torpedo boat force in World War One, but he's not really, I would say, a destroyer officer or a sort of aggressive officer, as I would call a destroyer officer. He does carry on with the torpedo force, but he is... how do I put this? Look, there are some German admirals who I honestly rate and who I honestly think are fairly skilled, and there are others who I sit there and go, you're uniform fillers. I don't necessarily consider him a bad officer, but I don't consider him a good one. I just consider him a meh. He's a meh. You just look at him and go, you had experience, you served. Yeah. Why are you there? And then we have this leadership at the strategic level, and I like these pictures because you have Tovey and you have Churchill both in here, but Tovey and Radar are the two we're sort of really considering, because you also, of course, have Hitler. And Hitler's the one who sets some of the criteria and some of the operational requirements for this operation, and they just are nuts. You would never set them in real life. And the fact is, these admirals are supposed to interpret what the politicians are doing and, try and set the operations for them. Churchill really, really wanted the convoys restarted. Tovey basically said, no. They run a convoy, it works. Once it gets dark, and then they carry on and start running them again while it's dark. You don't want to run a convoy in the height of summer. You don't want to run a convoy when it's 24-hour daylight. I know, I've been to Narvik. It's lovely in summer. We went there this year. Well, no, last year. Last year, though it feels so weird to say that now, but we are the 3rd of January 2025. Last year. And it's beautiful, but... and for some like me, functioning insomniac, it's brilliant. It is brilliant. But, and I do mean a but in this scenario, 24-hour sunlight, whilst it's great for someone who's a functioning insomniac to go and get B-roll in the middle of the night when everyone else wants to be asleep, but I don't, is terrible for ships if they want to avoid aircraft. Because it means, especially in this point, where they're doing eyesight, they're all doing Mark 1 eyeball searches, there is very limited time to hide. So Tovey stuck his foot down. But Tovey also was starting to select officers to be in charge. He knew what had happened before. He knew decisions which had been taken by Dudley Pound, which had been taken by Cunningham. There are lots of options going on there of what they're talking, what they're going to do. And they know what happened with PQ-17, and they've learnt from it. I would say the convoys are slightly heavier, the covering force. There is, by the way, a further distant covering force. By the way, if the battle had gone on any longer, there is a good chance that a battleship and another cruiser and a few more destroyers show up. They don't get there in time, though, before the Germans withdraw. If the battleship and etc. had turned up earlier, had got there more quickly, there is a goodly chance that 2 German cruisers get sent to the bottom. You're lovely, you're cute, you're not getting in my lap and you're not getting my sausages. As adorable as you can be. Okay? Sorry, I keep seeing the tail flapping into view, and it's just, I know what he's doing. You're not getting my sausages. And as Tovey's doing that, Raider is trying something else. Raider is trying to, how do I put this politely? He's trying to balance the fact that the things this man is expecting of him are the realities of what this man has supplied him with. Remember, they were supposed to have years. Hitler went around promising everyone, from Mussolini to the postman on the street, that they would not have a war before 1944. They were all expecting to have 5 more years to build up their infrastructure, to build up their ships, to build up their supplies. At least. Some he told it wouldn't be until 1945 or later. And the thing is, that doesn't help them. You see, Raider was trying to build a balanced fleet, because he knew if he built a one-dimensional fleet, let's say if he built an all-surface Raider fleet or an all-submarine fleet, then that just makes the British job a lot easier. You see, if you only have to focus on submarines as a threat, you can go, well, submarines... Nope. You're not getting my sausages. You're not. You've had your food today, I haven't. The thing is... And I keep saying the thing is tonight, don't I? Sorry, I've been with someone today who starts every sentence with the thing is. They are, they have the ships they have. A one-dimensional threat would just require the Royal Navy to do a one-dimensional response. If you had just been building submarines prior to World War II, Royal Navy would have gone, ouch, and then would have accelerated the building of the Flower-class corvette and the Hunt-class escort destroyers, and they might have even ordered them earlier. You have to remember, they've been working on their design policies of sloops from the end of World War I. They've had ongoing programs, and honestly, when it comes to sloops, you have to remember, the treaty definitions mean you can build as many of those as you like, because there's Article 8 of the London Treaty which basically says, yeah, these ships, as long as they fit this criteria, less than 2,000 tons, can do less than 20 knots. Well, not designed for a speed of not designed for a speed greater than 20 knots, and aren't fitted with torpedoes and all the troops and all these things. Yeah, you can build as many of them as you like. So, if someone had started building a load of submarines, the Royal Navy would have just gone around churn out the cheapest ships, and they could afford to do that this time. They could do it quite easily. So if you don't build that fully comprehensive threat of air power, surface power, and subsurface power to have true sea power in a World War II era, then you've just made my job a lot easier. And let's say you go, well, no, they did aircraft as well as... they had aircraft as well as submarines. Yeah, well, that still made my job a lot easier, because now, when I'm concentrating my battle fleet and my aircraft carriers, I probably can concentrate them on the Mediterranean and deal with the Italians there, or put them in the Far East, if the Italians aren't any trouble. Whereas... what do I need to deal with the air power if it's coming across the UK? Well, I have long-range fighters, maybe, operating from the UK to go out and deal with any aircraft before they get to me. And the air power is not going to be a threat to something on the other side of the UK into the deep Atlantic, other than the Condors, and, well, they're not much of a threat. They are annoying because they give away our position to submarines, but they're not much of a threat themselves on their own. So yeah, you maybe have an escort carrier program, but you're going to work these things out. If you have... But the moment you have these, the moment you have surface ships as well, suddenly you need to have a task group defending, or you need to have a convoy escort, which has capabilities of dealing with all three threats. Has capabilities against aircraft, has capabilities against surface craft, has capabilities against submarines. And that's the reality. Now, Raider, unfortunately, is not really up to the task. He's a bit of a political admiral, and I've covered him before. I've done a whole video about Raider, and I've done videos about Donitz and Holzendorf. And frankly, if you want the best German admiral of the anything in the 20th century, I'd say Holzendorf is probably pretty high up there. So is potentially Scheer, who I'm going to be talking about soon. And, they are pretty darn good and pretty darn capable. But they don't have an infinite supply of them. They really don't. So with all this put together, Raider has the fleet he has. It's not got much. And one of the things I would say the biggest problems he has is the ships of his own invention. Now, the thing about a Deutschland class is you can argue they are built for many good reasons. They fit with Baltic operations. They can provide long-range presence missions. And they have 6 11-inch guns, so surely they rank in as useful. To which I would argue, troubles with 11-inch guns, as is shown in this battle, and is shown at the Battle of River Plate, they actually have a bit of a disadvantage versus 6-inch gun cruisers of the Royal Navy. And that is their rate of fire. As devastating as they can be when they hit their target, their rate of fire, and their accuracy, especially in a fast manoeuvring close quarters battle, is not high. And this is an encounter with proper Royal Navy destroyers, not Royal Navy cruisers pretending to be destroyers, acting like destroyers, as you had at the Battle of River Plate. This is actually manoeuvring, high speed, gyrating, gyroscoping, all the other things they can do, Royal Navy destroyers. It's not good. Basically, at that point, you're going, well, what's my secondaries like? What are my secondaries like? And on a Deutschland class, Yeah, what can I say? On a Deutschland class, they could be a lot better. Deutschland has 8 5.9 inch, that's 150mm, that's 6 inch, but it isn't near enough, it makes no difference, in single turrets. And if you ever have a chance to have a look at their spread around, you'll notice that they are literally spread with 2 single turrets forward starboard, 2 single turrets forward forward port, 2 single turrets forward aft starboard, and 2 single turrets aft port. They are literally spread out in a sort of nice little diamond fashion as single turrets. It might help them with their treaty compliance. It isn't going to help them with their accuracy. It isn't going to help them with their operational capability. And it doesn't really provide them with enough of a manoeuvring capability as well, in terms of their manoeuvring far to engage targets. No. And if you keep this up, you'll have to go out, and you don't like that. I'm not going to have you be disobedient and be naughty and look bad on screen, because you're not this way inclined. You're just doing this because you decided you want my sausages this evening. You haven't shown any interest in them all day. Now I'm finally eating them. Now is when you want them. Not happening. In contrast, the Hipper, which he's got at his disposal, which is deployed, that's quite an interesting cruiser. It's an inefficient design, but we've been over that before. Why is the Hipper an inefficient design? Because the firepower and capabilities it gives you, including the armor coverage, etc., are, for a much greater weight than you find on New Orleans class or others, not enough of an improvement. That's how we can say that. And Hipper, like the Scharnhorst, like the Tirpitz, like Bismarck, like the Deutschlands, suffers from the German design disease, which is designed by committee. Designed by committee. That's a problem, honestly. You need to have someone who's solely responsible for delivering a ship. You need to have someone in charge. And you need to have a naval officer who's in charge of overseeing it, as well as an admin. But they don't have that. They don't have that kind of operation going on. They have, especially the more time this person is in charge, the more they get to the point of it's almost government by... how do I put this? We're going to dilute power so much that no one's a threat to us, so we're going to put committees upon committees upon committees, interwoven with committees with committees with committees. And this is why you take things which are great stats and great capabilities on paper, and the ships that turn out just don't add up to it. And before anyone sort of worries that the Poodle doesn't have toys or anything, he has a whole box of them over there he can go get and anytime he wants to play with them. He just doesn't really play with them, hasn't since the move still. Pets, or, you know, sometimes he usually behaves pretty darn well. Anyway, shameless book plug, which is rather appropriate today, because today is a bit of a shameless book plug, because you'll find lots of stuff about leadership in here, because there's a lot of good examples and a lot of bad examples in here. I want to say Philip Vian and Captain Sherbrooke, Robertson Vincent Sherbrooke, are good examples of leaderships, like Basil Jones. They are good examples of leadership. They're not necessarily good examples of leadership that you want to emulate in your personal life, because I think leading a bank or leading a building site like your Royal Navy destroyer charging an enemy is probably not the right thing to do. But in terms of their methodologies of how they work with their crew, how they talk to them, how they inspire them, how they give the leadership, they are good examples in here. And there are others as well. And that's the thing. The tribal class, the trick for the tribal class to get the most out of it, same with the battles and the darings post-World War II, is what you tell the crews they are. You know, they're an elite of an elite as far as they're concerned, because they consider all the Royal Navy destroyermen to be an elite. And they consider themselves to be the elite destroyermen of the elite destroyermen. They basically... If you'd asked them who was more elite, them or the SAS, they'd probably answer they were. Doesn't matter about the truth of it. It matters about whether they believe it, because they hold themselves to those standards. But the officers, you ask them that as well, and that's something they have in them, because when you read the officers' diaries, they write things like, our men believe they are, feel they are this sort of thing, and we have to live up to that standard. We have to be worthy of our men's belief. And that's the thing, they're picking officers, not because they necessarily are the best of the best, but because they have something extra, and they are the type of officers who are going to look at their crew and go, you believe that, so I have to live up to that, and I have to hold you to those standards, and hold myself to those standards. They're looking for officers who are what I would call respectful leaders. They will earn respect and give respect. But they're also looking for people who tend to be pretty darn decisive. And so if you cross the lines with them, those ships, you're out. And it's one of the interesting things. It's something else. There's one thing to be promoted off a ship or have it sunk underneath you and have to reassign that way. But to be assigned away from a tribal, a battle, or a daring in World War II, well, a tribal or a battle in World War II and a daring post-World War II, was a big thing. It was a big thing. If you were assigned, if you move between two of the ships, that's fine. But it was almost a demotion to find yourself, oh, I'm no longer on a tribal. And yes, their numbers got fewer, and so there was a reason for it to happen as those vessels got sunk and lost, because they just kept being used and used and used again. And as I wrote in the book, you know, that you can only push your luck so far. They did well, but they did well because they demanded of them. And we have what's coming up now. Tomorrow it's the Patron Long Patrol number 2. So it's the F3 design selected Long Patrol tomorrow. There have been a lot of questions on that video and some interesting ideas put forward, and I will do a bit more discussion in it tomorrow's video. I'm probably going to record it tomorrow, I have to admit, because I've recorded a bit of it, but I haven't recorded all of it. And I'm probably going to re-record that bit. So it might be slightly late going live tomorrow, depending on how the upload time takes. But we've been having fun this week with the whole network being down and being rebuilt. It's been fun, hasn't it? You've had lots of people in all day. This has made you slightly more demanding than normal, because you've had electricians coming in and they pat you whenever you ask them to pat you, don't you? They basically have given you non-stop loving. And hugs. Yeah. You get far too much spoiled by them. They basically hunt you down to give you pats. Doesn't matter where I stick you in the house, they find you to pat you. Let's give up. Okay, let's give up on the sausages for a bit. I'll become poodle. Okay, you get lap time for a bit. No. See? He's gone after the sausages. Not me. He doesn't want hugs or love. You just want sausages. You're not getting them. You're getting hugs. So, The war so far. Well, we all know the war so far, but we're in 1942 when this happens. And the thing is, PQ-17 had been a disaster. PQ-17 had been a disaster because they had read all the nuggets wrong, all the information wrong, and they thought the Tirpitz was coming out. They thought they were going to lose all their ships, and they didn't have anything in place to cover it, because some of the ships covering it were Allied ships. Now, the thing is, the Americans probably would have been less worried about the fight than the British were, but the British were really worried, pardon me, at that point, about upsetting Admiral King and upsetting the US Navy by losing ships in the North Atlantic, because they knew how desperately short the Americans were of ships after Pearl Harbor. And the Americans were. 1942 is not a good year for the Americans in terms of ship availability, especially of capital ships. So every single one of them matters. So yeah, the decision had been made to scatter. Rather than send in the heavy escort or anything like that, scatter. And part of the reason they didn't want to risk the heavy escort was because if they sent it in and Tirpitz didn't come out, they'd be exposing the heavy escort to heavy air attack. Because at that point, Norway had quite heavy aircraft, a heavy amount of aircraft in it. So they made the decision they did. I wouldn't agree with it, but they were also running convoys at a time of year when the Royal Navy really didn't want to be running convoys, because the Royal Navy didn't like running convoys in the land of the midnight sun. Because it's, as mentioned already, with air power, very high risk. But anyway, they got back to it. They did it again. They ran Convoy PQ-18. And PQ-18 got through. Admittedly, you have tribal class destroyers on this particular trip. PQ-18 is a great convoy to look at if you want to see what a convoy looks like when they've got all the resources available. When they're literally going, this convoy has to get through, no matter what the Germans chuck at it. And so they literally put everything they can on it. Everything they can on it. Now, I'd also say at this point you have things heating up in the war in the East, with on the Eastern Front, with the Soviets versus the Germans, and so you need more supplies. You do need more supplies going through. And this is another reason to run these convoys. You've got convoys also running which are bringing back empty ships, because you have the convoys which are for the full ships, which are going out, and you have the convoys which are coming back, which are full of empty ships. Now, the convoy... The convoy we're talking about is a little bit further along. You see, PQ-18, that ran in September 1942. And you have convoys in October and November. And in December, you have another convoy. And so, these convoys are now running through on quite a regular basis again. They can do this in the winter months. They can do this when they have this time. But you have to remember, this is also the time when the seas are roughest, when the pack ice is furthest south, and also when, I want a better phrase, it's coldest. You're running, at this point, in a period of almost perpetual darkness. You're not quite at the point where you're having perpetual darkness, and it's not quite high enough up, but it's getting close for it. It's getting close for it. And that is a reality they have to live with. Go on, go to sleep like you normally do. Go to sleep. Good boy. Now, no. Okay. I'll put you in the garden quickly. Again. Sorry, that's why we're late tonight, because he had to go in the garden. Right. Excuse me a second. Sorry, the doorbell just went. Hello? No idea what happened then. We now have lots of waffles going on. Sorry. Both Poodle and Corgi met up in garden. They are now woofing. Because they heard a doorbell. Now, so the Arctic convoys have restarted. And this is the important criteria. Now, the Arctic convoys restart, and that means there are supplies going through this route to the Soviet Union, which of course the Germans want to stop, which of course the Germans find a problem with. And so, now you've had a few convoys run, you have convoy JW31B, which is the convoy we're talking about today, which is what the British are running through. Now, there are not many ships in this list, and this is one of the interesting things you find when you're looking at Arctic convoys. They are not the huge, massive convoys we necessarily think about in terms of convoy discussions. They don't tend to have hundreds of ships or all those things. What they have usually are a smaller number of merchant ships. But the thing is, they are so high value and so high profile, they're still quite useful offensive assets. You always have to remember with convoys, there's a delicate balance. If you run a small enough convoy with enough heavy weapons to protect it, then that doesn't become an attractive target for the enemy, and you probably get it through fine. But that's going to be very intensive in terms of your use of escorts, and it's going to be incredibly intensive in terms of your use of merchant ships, and you're not going to get enough supplies through. So automatically, you're probably going to want to run a larger convoy with more merchant ships to get more supplies through, if you want to actually be able to get enough through, and if you want to get enough, if you want to sort of have the supplies to go, the things to go through, but the more enough supplies to go through to meet the demand. But the more merchant ships you have, the more attractive you become as a target, and at a certain point you can't put in enough escorts to deter the enemy from attacking. So instead what you have to do is put enough escorts to make it an offensive operation. When you look at this convoy, you've got the Ballot and Calabria, which are both Panama-registered vessels. You've got Chester Valley, you've got Executive, Jefferson Myers, John H.B. Latrobe, Puerto Rican, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Vermont, and Yorkmar, which are all US vessels. Vermont, I think, is also may have been a Belarusian vessel. You have, from the UK, Daldarak, Dover Hill, Empire Archer, which has the convoy commodore aboard, Captain Robert Meluge, Empire Emerald, and Pontfield. So most of them are US ships. A healthy dose of them are World War I emergency build ships, which were launched in 1920, 1919 from the US. Some of the British and American merchant ships are 1942 vintage. They literally have been launched this year. But a healthy dose of the vessels we're talking about are 1919, 1918, 1920. And they are all roughly between 5 and 7,000, well, there's one which is 8,000 tons, but mostly between 5 and 6,000 tons. You know, the two biggest are the British, which are 8,000 plus gross registered tons. That's Empire Emerald and Pontfield. It's a goodly amount of tonnage. It is a goodly amount of tonnage to get through. You're going to be delivering a large amount of supplies. And that's the important thing. This is a valuable convoy going through. As such, it's going to require a decent escort. Now, how can convoys be used as an offensive tool? I've talked about this before in a convoys video. But what I would say you're going to find is you have to be an attractive enough target to justify the enemy coming and killing you. But you also have to have enough forces that you can attack the enemy. And it can be a very offensive tool in anti-submarine warfare. Because if you're carrying enough escorts, with you, you can prosecute submarines quite successfully. You can not, instead of just holding them off and then catching up the fleet because they can't catch you up by going underwater and they can't fight on the surface with the escorts once they've not had their position known. If instead you are, how do I put this politely, prosecuting them fully as soon as you can, i.e. you are depth charging the out of them the moment you, and mortaring the out of them the moment you can, and for as long as you can until you sink them, you can start taking a toll on the submarines. And remember, the problem with submarines is, whilst with surface ships you might well get the crew back, you might be able to limp ashore the crew. If a submarine gets damaged, especially underwater, that tends to lead to imminent water coming in and crushing, probably plunging below their crush depth, and implosion, and no crew getting back. It's very rare you get any crew back from a lost submarine. Yeah, Melanie, we're live tonight because I wasn't able to do last night because of the internet issues. The network was not really fixed. So, with that being said, we then let's to Operation Regenbogen. Now, Regenbogen is the German response. And it's a really cool idea. So what you're going to have is you're going to have a line of submarines. Okay? Alright, a line of submarines. And when a convoy crosses through that line of submarines, then your warships are going to go surging out. It doesn't stop there, right? First of all, your warships are going to destroy the convoy, okay? And then, whilst the allies are sufficiently distracted by the convoy, one of your larger escorts, one of your larger combatants, your cruiser, one of them is going to surge south into the Atlantic in the confusion, and it's going to go surface raiding around the world. Yeah. Isn't that a cool plan? Isn't that a great plan? You know, but you've got all the stages. You've got submarines involved for the tripwire to find the enemy, and they're going to tell you where they are. And then you've got the battle, which is going to be decisively in your favour. And you're going to suffer no damage, because then your cruiser is going to go out into the Atlantic solo. And it's going to be a surface raider. It's going to cause all sorts of disruption. It's going to be brilliant. Small problems with this. Hitler had added into this criteria, no ship should be damaged. Let's think about that for a second in this entire lovely operation. No ship should be damaged. The exact phrase is, they were not supposed to take excessive risks or virtually any risks with the larger vessels. And don't worry, the battle plan came with a foolproof thing. Because what they were going to do is they would use one of the capital ships, one of the cruisers, to draw off the escort. And the British escort would all be so stupid, they'd all charge after that. They'd all charge after that one cruiser. They all would. And then that means the other cruiser can come in and attack from another angle. Because, you know, no Royal Navy officer's going to leave some destroyers or something behind to cover the other side of the convoy. They're stupid. This is the great thing about this plan. It's the well-known thing. Royal Navy officers are all stupid, and they're going to fall for the bait Stracey put in front of them. They're all going to charge headlong straight at you, aren't they? It's a foolproof plan. Yeah. It's a foolproof plan. Now, yeah, there is also there is all this to be involvement from the Luftwaffe as well, but Raider has been arguing with Luftwaffe. They've been running down Norway too low for ages, and he's not going to get successful on this one. Raider, of course, by the way, after this battle, as already been discussed in chat, it loses his post, and we'll be talking about that because he doesn't just lose his post. He basically berates Raider into resigning. So this is going to be a fun thing to talk through, because from a leadership point of view, there are lots of issues here. Now, I would say from a leadership point of view here, you are setting up your people to fail. You have the one thing that is required for a naval battle to be successful is to gain the initiative and to be able to control the flow of events, because usually that's how you can actually succeed. But if you are ordering officers to be timid, they're going to be very timid. And you also have another problem as well, okay? We'll be getting into this in a second, but Lutzow wasn't always called Lutzow, was she? Oh no. Lutzow originally had a different name, didn't she? She was originally the Deutschland, the nameship for the Deutschland-class Panzerschiff. Yes. She was originally named Germany. You can imagine the orders that Captain Sir Rudolf Stange has both officially and unofficially for the survival of that ship. And guess which ship they choose is going to fulfill two roles. It's not only going to be the ship which attacks the convoy after the escorts have been drawn off. Oh, no. It's also the ship which is going surface raiding. I mean, you sit there and you look at the instructions and you're going, why would you do this to someone? You just confirm they're going to fail. You've made sure they're going to fail. And there are other options. There were other ships that had been sent. Lutzow had been sent. Lutzow had been sent to Norway because there wasn't enough fuel to send another Hipper class. They almost sent another Hipper class. There could have been 2 Hippers and Lutzow in up there. They could have had 3 cruisers for this operation. I'm not sure if that would have changed the result, but it would have certainly made it interesting. Admittedly, my plan, if I'd had 3 such vessels in this operation, would have been used the 2 Hippers for the attack, whilst the attack's going on, use the confusion of the attack and the battle taking place to try and get Lutzow out. But even then, I probably wouldn't have done this operation, because you have to risk things. You have to risk things, which is just... Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you for gifting the memberships. Hello, Wade. It's just... The whole operation is an absolutely terrible thing to do to people. Leadership is a complicated task. One of the things I often work with, and I work with a lot of young people, so I would say this from my own personal experience as well as history, and using that phrase which B.J. Armstrong put so well in the 2 historians at the beginning of this week. You have every excuse not to have a 23-year-old body. You have no excuse not to have a 3,000-year-old mind. And I would say a lesson I have taken from all the jobs I've done, and I'm going to use an example from Justin Craig, the A-Level and GCC Revision Centre I help out with occasionally as a course director. I often get sent course assistants. Those are the new trainee, they're students, usually 18-year-old, it's their first job, they're coming to assist us in the centre. I won't ask them to run the photocopying machine until I've checked they know how to use the photocopier. I will take them through and show them how I like the register to be done, how I like the things to be done. Before I ask them to do anything, I will first show them and make sure they understand how it needs to be done and why it needs to be done. You always have to explain those two things. This is how it needs to be done, and this is why we do it this way. That's always the good things to do. How and why. Because these are people who I will never have seen before, and I might never see again. I've often worked with the same course assistants over years, but, you know, I might not see them again that year, and then I'll see them again next year, and all those things. They'll go on to other people who know they've worked with me, and I've been their training course director, and they will expect certain things of them. They will expect them to be quite capable of doing the things. Because I train them. Now, the point is, the very clear criteria is that I'm always very careful to never give them a task which they cannot do, which they haven't been prepared for. You are trying to give this fleet, in the case of Hitler, in his agreement with Operation Regenbogen, which fits within his criteria, an impossible task. They are going to have to go and fight, risk themselves, engage, not take any damage, or very limited damage, and then risk themselves all over again, and again not take any damage. And they've got to be very conservative, with a small c, in how they act in all this to try and prevent themselves getting damaged. Now, there is an interesting point put forward by Kevin Ray of an old history topic what would be if Hitler allowed his force to be more aggressive. The thing is, if they were more aggressive, yes, they wouldn't be bullied so much by light cruisers and by destroyers in this battle. But the thing is, the battle would also probably have gone on long enough that the battleship would have arrived. And this is the problem for the Germans, because in many ways the reason they have so many ships still surviving at the end of World War II is because they were very conservative in their use, because they didn't have the fuel to use them that often, because all these things, because that placed limitations on the exposure of their force. The more aggressive they'd been, that would also give the British more chances to engage them with their heavy units, and the British have a lot more heavy units than the Germans do. So that's your problem. And if we consider in this particular convoy, when we're talking about it in this sort of operation, the distant cover, and it's worthwhile thinking about the distant cover, for JW51B is HMS Anson, a King George V class battleship, a fairly new and quite good one, HMS Cumberland, counter class destroyer, with Forrester, Icarus, Impulsive, Blankney and Chiddington. That's 3 fleet destroyers and 2 Hunt-class escort destroyers. There are also various Royal Navy submarines and Dutch submarines around. There's also there's a Polish submarine as well, the RRP Sokol, which is a U-class, on patrol at various points. So the thing is, once you start looking at the resources available to the force, the Germans have a couple of submarines, a couple of U-boats which get sort of within range of operations. And you have Hipper, Lutzow, Friedrich Eckold, all these the destroyers, which I'm going to be talking about a bit. But then you go and look at the British force, and well, the British force is many times larger. And this is one of several convoys being run. And you have to remember, the escort starts off with a Western escort, which helps them through the area which they're most likely to run into submarines. That's made up of Hunt-class destroyers and a B-class destroyer to act as destroyer leader with them. Then they have their close escort, which is all put around a Halcyon-class minesweeper, the HMS Bramble. And then they have Hyderabad, Rhododendron, Veselma, and Northern Gem. 2 Flower class and 2 trawlers, providing the close escort to deal with any submarines which try and get close. And then they have their ocean escort, which is what we'll mainly talk about today, which is Akates, Obdurate, Obedient, Onslow, Oribi, and Orwell. They're deploying a large force. And then you have a covering force, Force R, which is the 2 cruisers and 2 destroyers, which is Burnett's force. And then further away from that, as said, you have Anson. You have Cumberland. You have an 8-inch gun cruiser and a 14-inch gun battleship. And let's be honest, if Anson gets anywhere near a Deutschland and a Hipper, the Deutschland's going down very quickly. Because that thing goes, well, I have 11-inch guns. Yeah, you have 6 11-inch guns. I have 10 14-inch guns. You're the only thing which is remotely a threat to me in terms of causing me damage, so I'm going to focus in on you. But the advantage I have is I'm going to be a lot more stable in this weather than you are. And I've got a lot more sensors and systems to back up my gunnery because I am HMS Anson, which is one of the most modern battleships in the world at this point. You know, if we consider Anson, she was literally only commissioned in April 1942. In December 1942, there aren't many better and many more modern battleships that have been launched more recently or commissioned more recently than she has. And she does have the motto, Nil Desperarum, which is never despair. So yeah, I would say the problem for the Germans is that they're handling their force conservatively, but yeah, that's going to give them more time survivability. They might get more out of handling them more aggressive, they might cause more damage, but they're ultimately going to lose their ships. So it's kind of their fleet in being scenario, and they're trying to be both aggressive and a fleet in being scenario, and that's a problem. So, these are our heavy German units. These are the Hipper and the Lutzow. The Hipper and the Lutzow. And this is the other problem I would argue for the Germans at this point, because when you have the Deutschland class, which, how do I put this? The Panzerschief have top speed of 28 knots. They have a range of 10,000 nautical miles at 20 knots, so they're fairly useful in terms of range. They are 6 11-inch guns, 8 5.9-inch guns, all these sort of things. What they aren't really is compatible, I'd argue, with the Hippers when it comes to their operations, because the Hipper's top speed is 32 knots, so her speed is restricted down, dropped down 4 knots by operating with this. But she only has a range of 6,800 nautical miles to compare to this one's 10,000 at 20 knots. She has 12 4.1-inch guns. That's 105mm guns to provide her defensive firepower. So literally at no point, realistically, and they're all in double mounts, by the way, do their systems really act compatibly. And has 8 8-inch guns. They are pretty much destined to be independent ships because they don't really integrate. This is a better ship than the Deutschland. Don't get me wrong, the Hipper class are better than the Deutschlands. But if you're trying to get this force to work together, these are not the ships you need to have. These are not ships which complement each other. These are not ships which are going to be able to support and operate well together. Operating them as individual task forces within individual task groups within a task force does sort of fit, does sort of make sense, but still, getting to work together, and when you've got this plan of one diving in to draw the escort off and one coming in to try and take the convoy from the other side, the problem is you're doing it too late. The Italians have already tried it about 3 or 4 times in the Mediterranean by this point, depending on how you view battles, with lesser or greater success. In one battle, famously, it resulted in the British firing baked bean cans at the Italians. They ran out of shells. And yes, I do admit, and I have, as I've said in many videos at this point, I do agree that firing baked beans, which are of course are beans in a sort of tomato sauce, at an Italian should be considered a war crime. But it isn't. It wasn't, and the Royal Navy did it because it sort of worked. And they were engaging at short enough ranges they could actually make the cans work. And I'm still not quite sure how it did, but there are records from the Italians of what they found on their ship. So we'll leave that to one side. The horror, the absolute horror. The thing is, for both these ships, there are problems. This one, because of its 11-inch guns, despite being basically a heavy cruiser, automatically qualifies for the kind of attention which usually results in hearing a 15-inch gun go boom somewhere in the distance. And rapidly closing ships going, hello. Because of its 11-inch guns. Literally, the whole reason why HMS Anson is part of the covering force, or distant covering force, and is there, is because of the threat of Tirpitz and Lutzow. And where they are. If not, they'd just have 8-inch cruisers there, and they'd have other things for the battleships to do. Now, I'd also add that the thing is, whilst in paper, as Melanie's just got to, whilst the Hipper on paper has higher speed than the Lutzow and is capable of this 32 knots, there is the reality that German high-pressure boilers are sufficiently unique and individual, they could qualify to be nuclear reactors. And by that I mean, if you've ever dealt with, ever heard a naval officer who's involved in reactors of managing ships, which you tend to have multiple reactors, especially, the good example is USS Enterprise, the first one, or the first nuclear-powered one. Those reactors have such different chemistry that pretty much each one has its own manual. Yes, they have a standard, and they have a standard manual and procedures to follow. But once you get to them, they'll tell you, well, yeah, but you need to maneuver this rod a bit more carefully, and that. You need to take gentle care of here, because everyone is unique. It has a personality. To quote a Royal Naval officer who found himself in charge of a ship full of Australians, he was in charge of a lot of individuals. Not necessarily a crew. They worked together well as a crew, but they were ardently individualists. Lutzow is a diesel, and in theory, she will reach her top speed more quickly, yes. However, Lutzow had issues because of her gearbox and the gearing on her diesels. So, we'll leave that to one side, because, yeah. Lutzow... Well, so, they have 8 diesel engines and 2 shafts, right? For these ships, for the Lutzows. So each engine, each shaft is connected to 4 engines via a very special gearbox. Just think about that. Four engines connected to one shaft. Imagine the gearing. So if you had... the trouble is, I would say, because, again, the Deutschlands, they learn with every generation of guns, and so each generation of guns on Deutschlands are slightly different. And so this is why the Scharnhorst have far better guns than the Deutschland class do. But every generation of Deutschlands has had slightly improved, a slightly variation on their guns. They've also had a slight variation on their gearboxes, okay? And that's not something you want if you are the person in charge of them, because, oh yeah, those gearboxes, they are precision tools. And everyone is slightly different precision. Now, You have said the classic thing which I often hear, and it's also the thing which I bring up when we talk about multiple Scharnos or multiple Deutschlands, is this. If you could get the German High Command to stick to a design and build that design, you could have many benefits from having a large number of ships. If, however, they continue to muck around with each design to such an extent, they are, whilst theoretically looking similar on the outside, they are very different internally, then you're never going to get that scaling of benefits. Melanie, actually, Enterprise is an excellent example for what I was talking about, because what I was talking about was how different the chemistry was. So yes, she had 8 submarine nuclear reactors, and yeah, they're always, it's always a fun scenario. But yeah, the fact is the individual chemistry of each of the reactors was exciting. And that's words you never want to hear a nuclear engineer say. And if you're at a conference and you're talking about them, they go, yeah, the reactors were exciting. And that's just a case of, oh, you have both not given me any information which is secret at all, but you've also told me everything I need to know about that scenario. Everything I need to know about that scenario. Which is, yeah, useful. And then we have the British heavy units, which were not heavy, they're light cruisers. They're quite large light cruisers, but they're light cruisers. They're HMS Sheffield, at the bottom, and HMS Jamaica. Now, they both have 12 6-inch guns. And if you know anything about the Royal Navy 6-inch gun, it both had very good range and a surprisingly high rate of fire to everyone who encountered them. Almost every World War II account given by a foreign navy which encounters the receiving end of a British 6-inch cruiser has a comment somewhere about the rate of fire was far higher than anticipated by our intelligence services. Now, if the British shells had been significantly lighter than their counterparts, that might have been an easy way to point out why, but they weren't. The 6-inch shells were fairly standard 6-inch shells. The reason you come down to the 6-inch guns being as accurate and as fast-firing as they are is because the Royal Navy had taken the World War I battlecruiser idea, which had proved quite disturbing in terms of rate of fire versus accuracy, and gone, we like the rate of fire thing, but we want the accuracy. And remember, their entire plan for cruisers, their 6-inch cruisers got well enough that they felt their 6-inch cruisers could take on 8-inch cruisers without them worrying. Because they treated it as not a maximum engagement range, but likely engagement range. And they found the likely engagement range for both, because of the sensors they were using, was roughly the same. Now, this is pre-radar, of course. Once you have radar come in, it just gets more interesting. It starts to favour slightly the 8-inch gun because it can hit further away, but we'll leave that to one side. And therefore, what's the advantage of a 6-inch cruiser? It's its rate of fire. But its rate of fire only matters if it hits the target. So pretty much the Royal Navy has spent most of the 1920s and 30s drilling their cruiser gunnery teams to hit their targets as fast and as accurately as they physically can. To an extent, they've had shooting competitions which have literally been based or judged on both accuracy and speed. In other words, they made them of equal value. And they spent the last 20 years promoting gunnery officers who achieved that, and NCOs who achieved that with their guns. This is the result. This is the result that in World War II, if you go up against the Royal Navy 6-inch gun light cruiser, you are not in for a good time. Now, rate of fire to Brooklyn 6-inch. Well, on paper, their rate of fire is pretty much the same per gun. In reality, the British ones pre-radar seem to be slightly quicker at hitting their target. But, please note, before anyone starts to get upset about this, there is probably a good reason for it. If you look at the training budget for the Royal Navy to do its gunnery training, and the training budget the US Congress allowed the US Navy in the run-up to World War II, well before the Two Ocean Navy Act, there is a big difference here. The Royal Navy have been able to do, some years it seems to be roughly 25 to 30% extra gunnery practice and extra live fire drills per ship than the US Navy have achieved. Comes down in part to where they're deployed, comes down in part to the facilities they are in, comes down in part to the fact the British use gunnery drills as deterrence and diplomacy in the Far East and sometimes in the Mediterranean to cause disruption to the Italians and the French when they're being annoying, put it as a diplomatic means of interrupting them by saying, we're declaring a live firing exercise in this area. But that means the merchant ships can't go through there. So, we've done everything we're legally required. We've declared it's going to be a live fire exercise. It's going to disrupt our trade. It's not our problem. We're giving you plenty of warning. So, yeah, that's the reasoning for it. Now, does this mean they always hit their targets? No, but if you look at the record of the damage done to the Graf Spee, and the way its upper works were peppered with 6-inch hits, and the way the 6-inch shells seem to have been going in everywhere there was an armour, it seems to be pretty darn effective. And that was 2 8-gun vessels. Now I'm picturing an IPSC start competition for ships. Shooter ready, stand by, beep. Literally, they did have that. They would have targets being towed by destroyers, by sloops, by tugs. Depending on where they were in the world, what they were doing, what they had available. And they literally would be engaging. And they'd be timed on when the first round actually hit the target, how quickly they were getting rounds in the area, vicinity of the target, and all those things. And those grades would go in. And those grades would affect your career. Not just the career of the gunnery officer, the career of the captain, the career of everyone involved. You know, we've talked about destroyers, how aggressively they handle themselves in exercises, how they go full bore in exercises, because that affects their chance of promotion. Well, it's pretty much the same with when we're talking about cruisers, what's going to be affecting their promotion. Now, yes, and please note, before we get too far in, that these had to have the 11-inch guns, but it's not just a matter of politics because they're replacing the pre-dreadnoughts, the Lutzau, the Deutschland class. It's also because if they don't have the 11-inch guns, then Germany will cease to have any heavy gun industry. So by the time they want to start building battleships again, they'll be starting that from completely scratch instead of from 11-inch guns. You know, the whole argument of the use of the Scharnhorst being battlecruisers based around the size of their guns. Well, actually, that's because those are the biggest guns they are able to build at the time. The biggest guns they can have is 11-inch guns, because that's the biggest they can make at the time. They can only make those thanks to this class. So if you take out the Deutschland class, if you do not have these having 11-inch guns, then Germany probably doesn't have an 11-inch gun program that's worthy of its name, or worthy of the name of it, to create the Scharnhorst and Eisenhower, which is going to delay them getting any battleships into service. They might start a 15-inch gun program, but that probably means they don't get any battleships into service till... Well, Scharnhorst and Eisenhower don't commission until 38-39. You add any more time on that for development of a gun, that's going to be 40-41. That's far too late for that. So, British units, Sheffield and Jamaica. And also you have to add in the 11-inch development research feeds into the 15-inch gunnery 11 development research. So again, you are basically, if you don't have that going, you're in major trouble if you want to build at that point. There's almost going to be an argument, don't do it. There is a lot of argument, don't do it, but there again, there's going to be Hitler involved, and as we all know, dictators are real dictators, and they like to show how big a dictator they are by having a big battleship with a big gun. Sure, there's nothing going on there. Nothing at all. If anyone's wondering why Thomas Gore just said Thomas the Train died, I think it's Britt Olcott, the creator of Thomas the Tank Engine, who basically started off, she's passed away at, I think, aged 81. I just had the alert flash up, and I managed to connect it with the post. Convoy's at 11-inch triple turrets on top of the... Yeah, it's 11-inch triples. Myself, I would have said they'd have been better off with 3 twin turrets, 2 forward, 1 aft, or with, because of gunnery control, etc., and survivability. But yeah, they go with 2 triples. I'd have probably put both forward. I'd have probably gone for a Nelrod style design. But yeah, or a Dunkirk style design if you want. But yeah, and yeah, 30 seconds silence is recorded live now. But I might do a video about Thomas the Tank Engine at some point. When I get my almost Thomas the Tank Engine trains out of it, I might do a special. How's that? At some point, I might do that, because, as you all know, I did used to have my model railway, my little N-gauge railway, as my opening video sequence, and I might get back to that. If I set up a proper opening sequence on the videos and actually record one again, the model railway might come back in again. Or there'll be the new version which has tunnels and things on when that's finished. Are you saying battleships are the equivalent of lifted trucks? Let's put it this way. If you're a dictator and you have the full powers of your dictatorship over a state, yeah, why settle for a lifted truck when you can have a whole battleship? Or a really massive tank, which has no practical use. So the British heavy units, the other thing the thing about these ships, and the thing that's really worthwhile remembering about these particular ships, in terms of Sheffield and Jamaica, is they are Royal Navy rated to 32 knots as well. Okay? I can hear a really weird noise. Sounds like someone breathing heavily. I have a hole through to the boiler room now. It could be one of the valves letting out air. Okay. Sorry. Completely distracted by that. But yeah, they are both Royal Navy rated to 32 knots. Now, if you remember correctly, when I've talked about this before, the Royal Navy ship rating on terms of speed is interesting. Okay? I don't trust it as a rule because thinking if you're, let's put it this way, if you're a navy and you're officially emitting the top speed of your ships, do you really want to emit their actual top speed, or do you want to make them seem faster, which can be more threatening, or do you want to make them seem slower? Now, if you're the benchmark navy, like the Royal Navy was in this period, because they were still the largest in the world, whilst the treaty supposedly made them equal in size with the Americans in the 1920s and 30s. The Royal Navy the British government and Royal Navy had banked on the fact that Congress would never fund the US Navy to the point at which they would actually be equal, and they weren't until they got well into the Two Ocean Navy Act because of their lack of funding. So they'd be equal on paper, but not equal in reality. The Royal Navy still was the benchmark navy in the world. Now, if you're the benchmark navy in the world, if you say your ships are 35-knot ships, then everyone's going to build their ships to 35 knots. Which means your ships have no speed advantage, or no capability. But if you say they're 32-knot ships, well, people might have suspicions, but, And if we add into the factor that the British, when they're doing the speed tests of the ships and the trials, tend to not, and when I say tend to not to, I want to emphasize it's tend to not to, in this, from about 1904 onwards, despite they build them for forced draft, so they can pressurize the boilers and try and force more air and more oxygen, therefore, into the boilers, so they can burn hotter and more efficiently. They don't do their speed runs always under forced draft. In fact, they rarely do it, especially as time goes on. So they build it for forced draft, they can do forced draft, but the reason you don't do it is because, as I said, it makes the burners burn hotter, which will increase wear on your boilers and wear them out more quickly. So very much I would say consider 32 knots when it's as the peacetime top speed of the cruisers. So, with that being said, that means that they already have a speed advantage over the Deutschland, and they probably have some advantage in real terms over the Hipper. Rommel, technically the US Navy takes over the Royal Navy at one point after World War II, when the Royal Navy is getting rid of ships quickly after World War II, and then the US Navy gets rid of Congress, deactivates ships, so the Royal Navy is again in the lead, and then the US Navy starts to build up again as part of the Cold War, and the Royal Navy goes down, and it's an ongoing fun saga at that point. But basically, it's both sides' World War II strength is the factor. Now, whilst you're right to point out there's a physical limitation on speed for all ships, YouTube is actually complaining to me, I should admit. YouTube is complaining to me a lot. Oh yes, I'm well past the ad time, aren't I? I'm just going to do an ad quickly. And so with the ad done, the physical limitations you have on speed, and there are physical limitations you have on speed in terms of ships, as Knight 6 everyone has pointed out, quite rightly, don't always add up. Because the limitations to an extent are hull design, limitations are horsepower, and your length to beam ratio. Can your hull take the speed? Is it strong enough to? Again, if you want to have a good example, you can actually go see HMS Belfast, which is one of the ships of the Crown Colony series, and you can see how well built the hull was. Okay, especially forward. Then, if you want to go further, you can start thinking, okay, look at the engines, look at the turbines, look at the power plant in Belfast. That's a good example. There's a very good example. There's a very good example of that. You start to realise those turbines are quite overbuilt. If you go and look at them. Drac does a wonderful tour, by the way, and will point this all out to you if you're ever doing them. Boilers there again are overbuilt for what they're officially rated to be. You start to realise the ingredients are all there. But the thing is, those ingredients in peacetime guarantee efficiency of ship and efficiency of maintenance because they will last a long time. And they will last longer because of that. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you, Verdun. Thank you, everyone who's now becoming a member. But the thing is, in wartime, you can therefore use those same things to go faster. You can push. It's not minutes. It's going to be hours. It's going to be hours. You can maintain it for. You're not talking minutes in terms of limitation of how fast you can push them, but you can do what you need to do when you need to do it. So let's go to the light German units. And the thing is, there is the Regenbogen, which is a Type 1934. There is the Frederick Eckholt and the Theodor Riedel, which are Type 1934As. 22 is a good example of them. And then there's the Type 1936As, which are Z29, Z30, and Z31. Now, first things, let's consider the German destroyer force, because if you want another good example of why Hitler is a bad leader, here's going to be classic example number 1. And personally, my favourite example of how not to lead a navy. The Battle of Narvik happens. All those wonderful German destroyers get caught in a fjord which doubles as a hellhole. Trapped in there with 4 tribal-class destroyers, HMS Warspite, and a few other destroyers for good measure. They get caught with no way out. Their submarines' torpedoes aren't working, so they aren't going off. The British have spotter aircraft, so they know exactly where they are, and they basically massacre them. It gets so bad that they are literally beaching themselves to get away from the British. There is one destroyer, HMS Eskimo, which quite literally has her bow blown off, but then decides to advance sternwards towards the Germans to carry on fighting them while their other destroyers come round the bend in the fjord. This is when the Germans realise they're not facing normal, sane human beings, they're facing British destroyer crews, for whom the metrics of what constitutes a viable, sufficient damage that they should restrain themselves from action are very different to what you have. They survive, though, the crews. So most of them make it ashore. They fight in Norway. And then how does Hitler reward this? Does he name ships for the brave captains who went down? Does he relaunch the ships? No. What he does is he decides that he doesn't like it in the newspapers when they're listing off names of ships which have been sunk. He finds that distressing. He thinks that's bad for morale. So what he does instead is he strips the names from the destroyer force. No longer will they have names, they will just have numbers. And their morale promptly craters. Now, before I explain that in too much detail, I'm going to give you all a chance to put in the chat while I eat some sausage why you think that would happen. Why you think it probably wasn't a high IQ move to go, you know what, I'm going to replace all the names with numbers. Now, Felix, you are quite right. U-boats were numbered, though. That doesn't mean it was sensible. U-boats were numbered, and they'd always been numbered, and that was their tradition. But the ship's destroyers had been named. If they had never been given names in the first place, taking away, then it wouldn't have mattered. They'd have always been numbered. But the moment you said it's... And also, U-boat wasn't really as much... it was sort of a different circumstance on a surface ship. But a surface ship, which has been named, having its name stricken off it, you've taken away their names. You've dehumanized the destroyer crews. You've taken away the names of their homes. As Knight 6831 put, you have... The names give them their connection. They're esprit de corps. Yes, you're perfectly right, Felix, when you say that, but the submarines were numbered. The submarines were numbered, and that didn't affect them. But the submarines hadn't been named. If you have a name on a ship, and you take it away... Kevin Ray, did cruise and number ships trying to give them unofficial names? They did. They tried to. But there are actually cases of German authorities getting involved and trying to stamp that out. The naval forces having to interfere to prevent that causing a problem. It was very much a thing of you have to keep it quiet if you have got a nickname for your ship. And it was entirely because it was felt it was far worse propaganda-wise to lose a named vessel, to lose the humanity of a named ship, than to lose a number. Also, it made it easier to hide the news from various parts of the public. Things about who would care about losing Z-41 versus USS Samuel B. Roberts. Yeah, that is an example, and it's one of the things the British and the Germans had noticed this from the British in World War One. Okay, German torpedo button were numbered in World War One. They weren't named. The British destroyers were named, and the German studies actually post-war had said that the British destroyer crews, the reason their morale seemed to be consistently better than German destroyer crews' morale, and one of the things they were looking at was the naming. It gave them an increased connection. The British in World War One, their submarines were numbered. By World War Two, their submarines are named. There is something going on here. The British have studied it and gone, hang on, morale-wise, oh yeah, it's better if they have names. Oh, that's not difficult to fix. Let's be honest. How difficult is it to find a name for something? Not that at all. It also increases the pride of the crew, but also increases their sense of value of their own selves and of their ship. That they have a number. And, by the way, the British, of course, torpedo boats don't have numbers. Don't have names, they have numbers. Mostly. Because, again, they're the mass force. Giving something a name shows you value it. And you value its crew. And yeah, renaming a ship is unlucky, right? How much worse must renaming a ship? There's also the problem with the Germans with the actual destroyers they've built. Because, as I've pointed out before, the Germans have some bright ideas, their destroyers. It's always worrying when you have a bright idea. The 1934 ships, number 11 up there, the Richard Betzen, has 527mm, that's 5-inch guns. Perfectly good destroyer design. 1934s are some of the better destroyers, in my opinion, of the German Navy. Then we have the 1934A. Also, 127mm, that's 5-inch guns. And again, 36 knots of speed, and again, some of the better destroyers of the German Navy. Now, The Type 1936As, this one, also sometimes known as the Narvik class because they are built after Narvik, they are not what I would call well-designed destroyers. They have either 4 single or a twin and 3 single 5.9 inch, that's 150mm guns. They're armed with that because it's felt that that will give them enough firepower. They can hit cruisers! Now, this has been a problem for the Germans in a lot, including their 5-inch guns. Their rate of fire versus the British 4.7 inch, and the sheer volume of fire. When we talk about the Battle of Narvik, the tribals at the front of the British destroyer force have 4 4.7 inch guns pointing at their German counterparts if they're forward. Hold them. The Germans were lucky if they had 2 guns pointing back. The 4.7 inch gun, in actual combat conditions, usually achieved a far higher rate of fire per gun than the German 5-inch 127mm. And there are reasons for this. A, the 4.7 inch is just that lighter shell, so it's just that easier to use in rough weather, just that bit. But also there was the firing, there was various things to do with the firing mechanism, etc., and ranging. And when you have the 5.9 inch gun, which is even slower rate of fire, and is even more affected by the maneuverability or maneuvering of a destroyer, you have real trouble. Now you might notice, well, hang on, Alex, there are some ships missing here. Surely there should be some Type 1936 vessels in this mix, because they have 36As, but not 36s. Not 36s. You know, where are the 36s? Well, the 36s had how'd I put this? 5 out of 6 1936 design destroyers had been sunk at Narvik, either beached and destroyed or sunk by torpedo. When we talk about the 1934s, again, there had been 4 of those lost at Narvik. 4. All ones from the Kiel yard had been lost. 4 of the 5 which were built at the Kiel yard, 4 were lost at the Battle of Narvik, or the 1934As. And there have been one of the 1934s that would be lost at Narvik out of the 4 ships built. Oh, the 36As. They and some of the latter vessels. And most of the ones we're dealing with here, 29 is a sort of original production of 36A. The 30 and 31, they're mob productions. They're basically the or rapidly ordered to deal with the effects of Narvik. And that's why they're sometimes called the Narvik class. 31 and 30. Well, no, it's 29 and 30. 30, it's only 31 is just on the mob. Yeah. They don't have... Their destroyers do not have a good time. And I would say their 36Bs return to the 5-inch gun. Even then, the 5-inch guns they have are so slow firing. They really are. This is not good. It's not a good design for a destroyer. They have good torpedoes. You can handle up to 6-inch by 6-inch gun shells can be handled up to by human beings quite happily, but yeah, 5.9. The trouble is 5.9 inch. The rate of fire of a 6-inch versus a 4.7 inch is going to be very different. And then we have the Royal Navy small ships. Now, again, this reflects the far larger force, the far larger force structure they have. You have over here HMS Bramble, which is a Halcyon class a sloop, minesweeping sloop. You just sort of look at all these ships. We have HMS Matchless over here, bottom left, G52, M-class. Now they're a pretty potent. The M-class are pretty potent destroyers, and Matchless is a fairly experienced one. You have Akites, which is, as you can see, middle left, as you're looking at it. You have Obdurate, which is middle right, and you have Rhododendron, which is the flower class, which is hiding off in the corner of its own photo, going, I'm here, but I'm escorting you. Now the thing is, the Royal Navy has quite a lot of little escorts here, and they're deployed out. So Matchless and Opportune, they are off with Sheffield and Jamaica. They're part of that force. Okay? The close escort force, Hyderabad, Rhododendron, Bramble, the two trawlers, Visana and Northern Gen, they are... Hang on, is it Visana? I'm reading my own handwritten notes on that one. Visalama are all off, providing close escort. I can hear something like heavy breathing. Let me just go check something. I don't know, but it does sound like I've got someone heavy breathing the other side of that wall. It's weird. There's no one there, though. Now, it does sound like heavy breathing. It's really weird. I'll have to, when I finish this and before I go to Discord this evening, I will have to go off and do a full search of the house to try and find out where the heavy breathing is coming from. You can't hear the heavy breathing, but I can. The heavy breathing is coming from behind the microphone. It's not being picked up by the microphone, luckily. A little weird. Not a ghost. No. I think there's a new hole between me and the boiler room for a power supply to go through, and I think its noise is coming from the boiler. So, either that or there's a dog sleeping in the boiler room, which wouldn't be the first time, but when I poked my head in there didn't seem to be a dog in there. They do like to wander in there and snooze. It's quite warm and comfy. The concrete floor is nice and cool, and the boiler keeps the rest of the space warm, so they kind of like it on there. If they can sneak in there, they do. So, as you can see, there's a nice mixture here, but there's also quite an interesting divide. When you go for this force is an armoured torpedoes. This is an anti-submarine force. These are submarine killers. The only thing missing from this force is a Black Swan class. And the reason you don't have Black Swans here is because they're in demand elsewhere as a hunter-killer escort force. So they're not here for this. They're more higher priority elsewhere. Now, then you have the fighting escort. Now, normally you would actually be, and this was always, when I first read it, I was kind of surprised. When I first read about the Battle of Barents Sea many, many moons ago, I was quite surprised because I'd have thought you'd have had all the O-class in one flotilla together. And you'd have had the A and the M off together as the fighting pair. But no, it makes sense to have Akites. Why? Because it means you automatically have a ship you divide off from your force. You have the O's, which will automatically work together. And if you need to leave a vessel to cover the other side, you have a ship to cover the other side. You have something automatically built into your force. You have built-in divisibility within your force structure. And if you start to look through fighting escorts in World War II, you start to notice the pattern turns up that you often do have one ship which is different out of 5. So, another good example. The sinking of the Bismarck. There are 4 Tribal class destroyers and ORP Pirun, a Polish destroyer, together. Okay? Why do you have Pirun added onto 4 Tribal class destroyers? Well, there you go. If you're doing an escort, which they had been doing, if you need to go off and attack an enemy and you want to leave some ships behind, which is the sensible ship to leave behind? It's almost as if someone knows, look, what are we going to... The Royal Navy, if they have all the same ships, they will definitely take them all in with them. So we need to have something else. Okay, but you have to be on to tell them. Well, yeah. That's the thing. If you Philip Vian, you don't leave the Pirun behind. You take it with you to go and take on the Bismarck. But, you know, that's Philip Vian. He gets away with these things. And sometimes the Salo destroyer, by the way, is a Sikh. It is like HMS Sikh. It's a tribal class destroyer. And then they're left. And then what happens with Sikh? She goes toe-to-toe with a Italian battleship and goes, hello, there's only one of me. But I am more than enough for you. And the Italian battleship goes, Mamma mia, you're firing baked beans at me. So, these ships, they work. The Royal Navy's put a lot of effort into trying to figure this out to make this work. And they've mostly succeeded. Now, most of these destroyers, and I'd like to point this out, were ordered pre-war. Okay? Technically, the O and P class, the O class, are the first ships in the War Emergency Program. But, and I will say this as technically, they are laid down as quickly as they can be in World War II. And you have Onslow is actually built by John Brown. Offa, Onslaught, Aubrey are built by Fairfield. Obdurate, Obedient, Opportune, and Orwell are built by Denny and Thornycroft, and you've all heard what I talk about when I talk about Thornycroft and their desire to construct ever faster destroyers. And then the rest of the vessels are built by things like Fairfield and Vickers Armstrong, and, you know, again, and Hawthorne Leslie builds Pakenham. A lot of them are converted into Type 16s post-war. That's an ASW frigates. But this time they are fairly powerful destroyers. They are armed with 4.7-inch guns. Mostly. Some of them are 4-inch armed AA destroyers with 4 single 4-inch guns. But usually they have 4 single 4.7-inch guns and a 4-inch gun as AA gun added on as extra, and some pom-poms, Orlicons, and about 4 21-inch torpedo tubes. The ones which actually... this is the interesting thing. The ones which have the 4-inch AA guns... and only have the 4 single high-angle AA mounts, etc., as their main guns, and have their extra pom-poms and have the Oricons. They carry 8 torpedo tubes. So they have 2 quadruple launchers. So you have a choice. There's a version of the O class which are heavy AA, heavy anti-ship with their torpedo armament and their AA guns, and there is another version which are surface engagement orientated with 4.7-inch guns, let's say. Their top speed officially is 36.75 knots. Please note again, 36.75 knots. Official top speed. Then we have the M class. They're armed with 3 twin 4.7-inch guns, or 4 twin 4-inch AA guns, depending on whether they're in AA role or their AA anti-surface role. And if they're in their AA role, as they're in the anti-surface role, they then have the 4th turret is a 4-inch gun system. They will also carry 8 torpedo tubes, and most of these destroyers are also carrying between 40 and 60 depth charges. Plus, of course, the O class can also be carrying mines as well. I forgot to mention that. The O class can also carry mines. The Royal Navy had them fitted so they could be used as mine layers as well. And quite a lot of Royal Navy destroyers actually could be quite quickly fitted to carry mines. They either were built with or built with the space for the mine rails to be put on them. Again, top speed are officially 36 knots. Please note again, the O class achieve apparently 36.75 knots on 40,000 shaft horsepower. But we should note that the M class sees a top speed of just 36 knots with apparently 48,000 shaft horsepower. So, anyone want to believe those top speed figures? Because I'm starting to think that the Royal Navy literally chucks things at the door, at the dartboards to tell you the top speed of these things. Akates was actually one of the earlier destroyers of the Royal Navy's destroyer run. They were the ones, the class built the A class between 1928 and 1931. And Akates actually is one of the ones who's in commission in 1930. She is sunk in this battle. She gets engaged by Admiral Hipper. Now, she is a sort of fairly regular vessel. She is top speed is officially 35 knots on 34,000 shaft horsepower. She has 4 single 4.7-inch guns. She has 2 40mm pom-poms as built, and 2 quadruple 21-inch torpedo tube sets. So yeah, they are intriguing. They are intriguing indeed. I should point out that Akates was a John Brown and Company construction. Again, a company famed for making battleships, but they also make some very good destroyers. I should note that her sisters were a Castor and Ardent, which, of course, went down defending HMS Glorious from Sharnos and Gneisenau. And the A-class suffer a lot in World War II, but they give a lot as well. The A and Bs, they are very useful classes. Yeah, there are 20 vessels completed from the 2 classes, and 10 of those are lost in World War II. And partially it's their age, they're the first generation of Royal Navy interwar destroyers. Partially it's their, the amount they use and what they use for. Hello. All good?
Collection service.
Ah, yes.
How is sausages?
Thank you. Alex, yeah, well, I'll be doing some stuff about some shipyards over the next year, and eventually I probably will do a year of constructors. Look at shipyards from around the world, but when I do that, I'd like to be able to go and visit some of the shipyards, and I need to arrange to get to them. That's the thing. I need to arrange to get them. Please note, there weren't any tribals on this particular operation, but that's because they were off bullying other ships elsewhere in the world at this particular point. We're talking late 1942, the tribals are off being very annoying in various other parts of the world, and doing maximum trouble wherever they could cause it. It would be really interesting. But, you know, it's fun. Oh, Karen! Sis! Can you stand here a second and see if you can hear heavy breathing like I can? Because there's a noise like heavy breathing coming from the other side of that wall.
Making a lot of noise.
I think it's the boiler. I don't think it's my computer.
What the hell's the boiler doing?
Making noise.
Have you been and seen it?
No, not while I'm live. I'll go check it after it's over.
Did you not give me any more to worry about? Thank you very much.
I'm always a joyous brother to have.
The captain negativity.
I'm not negative. I'm positive. Absolutely positive the whole time.
The negativity man.
I'm positive. I can't help it. Things go wrong around me, but I'm positive I can fix it.
You can't fix a boiler. You haven't got a gas safety certificate.
Yet.
Yes, everyone keeps telling you to go to college.
It could be fun. It's always good to have extra qualifications. I'd be a good gas engineer. I could fix all our boiler and heating
ourselves.
ourselves.
You like repeating other people's lives and doing courses about the same age group that they did theirs?
Nah, I just like having fun. There you go, go on.
Actually, they're probably younger than you.
Yes, but I'm more beautiful than they are, so that doesn't count. Sorry.
At the same age as you are now.
Winding up, sisters. Oh, by the way, they've said Karen treat, so you deserve to give yourself some chocolate.
I take
So, anyway, let's start to consider this, and percussive maintenance investment. I have to make before. Okay, I have to say, the drawings come from this book, the Arctic Convoys, and this was written by Vice Admiral Schofield, so he's a fairly good source to go for. I also have Arctic Convoys by Richard Woodman, and my other Arctic Convoys book, which has got the exact same name, because there are about multiple books called the Arctic Convoys. It's a very popular name, by the way. I can't find. You'd have thought they'd all be together, and literally these two were sitting next to each other in the lighter bookshelves. But the third one, called Arctic Convoys, is nowhere to be found, so I'm presuming it's been borrowed by someone.
Have you plugged the thing that we're trying to sell?
No, I haven't plugged our house yet. You also have, of course, Andrew Boyd's Arms for Russia. But as you all know, I have a small issue with Bandy. And he is a very good friend, and I love him. Love his work dearly. But he and I have a slight disagreement at certain points with how often he gives actually the names of destroyers. I will say, in his account of the Battle of Barents Sea, he is very good at giving the details of the destroyers, and does have some good drawings though. So he earns credence there. And again, lots more plans in it. So it is good. Yeah, I should be doing a plug for the old house in Epsom, but no. It's a moved estate agent. After we haven't had a single person come around for 6 months. Anyway. Fuck's Hi, Foxo. So, the opening of the battle. Let's start with this. So now we've built up the ships that are involved, we've talked about the leaders involved, we've talked about personalities. Let's talk about the battle. So, The opening of the battle and the first phase, it takes place roughly at 0800 hours. Okay. On the 31st of December. But it started off a little bit early because the JW51B, they'd left Lock U on the 22nd December 1942. They had managed to meet up with with their convoy escorts, their principal escorts, off Iceland on the Christmas Day, 25th December. And then they'd gone northeast, and they'd gone through severe gales. This had caused them to lose some station, and then they would start being, getting their escorts and getting their ships back together. In fact, Oribe and Vizelma, the two trawlers, and 5 merchant ships were missing on the 29th of December. Bramble had to go off and hunt them down. She managed to find most of them. From basically the 24th of December onwards, the convoy had been sighted by German reconnaissance aircraft, i.e. Condors. And from the 30th of December, they have U-354 under Captain Lieutenant Karl-Heinz Hirschfeld shadowing them as best he can. The moment the German naval staff gets the instructions and gets the orders of what's going on, what are you up to?
You need to take a break.
Why?
You need to go and visit somewhere.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to, because I have to go visit a boiler quickly, I'm going to do an impromptu small topic. My sister's going to sit here, and if you have any civil engineering questions, she's going to answer them.
No, I'm not
yes,
answering any
yeah,
questions.
you just sit here, smile.
I'm not answering any questions.
Just see, there's the chat. Just say hi to them all. Chat away.
It's break time. Yes, break time. Yes, that's it. It's break time. Right, good thinking. How's he gone? I can't hear anybody anyway, so. There's additives. Put a nice bit of warm lagging over the top of it.
What are you doing now?
Answering a question.
Oh, good lord. You could just verbally answer it.
No, I couldn't work out how to do that.
You just talk. Just talk. Oh, good.
I think I've been called.
Yes, the corgi has come to call you. Can tell from roof where it's changed. Ah, yeah. You could have just said that verbally.
Yeah, but I can't think. There is a modern building I like, but I can't think which one it is.
Oh, Tracy, sorry. Thank you for being kind, chat. That's my big sister, who's PhD civil engineering, chartered, goodness knows how many things.
Come on.
I think I found out what it is. I think it's literally it's hot enough in there. It's blowing through the wall. Because it's cold enough this side versus in there.
So it's actually blown through their hole?
Yeah.
So you're going to have to tell them that they've created a gas.
Well, the moment they put the socket over there...
Yeah, but they've left it.
Yeah, but it'll be okay for a couple of days.
Oh, no, it won't.
I don't want to cause too much trouble on this front.
Well. Oh, yes,
You taking a corgi with you? Because the poodle's one thing demanding food, the corgi does demand food with menaces. From usually in my lap. Okay. My sausages were not safe for a second there. Duct tape, patch it. Yeah, I'll do something with it. What is it? There's multiple Dr. Clarks. There's the Dr. Clarks you know about in terms of me and my sister. And there's also one of our cousins is also a PhD as well. Quite a lot of us have things like dyslexia, dyspraxia, etc. Basically when we got them for to annoy people. Because people said we couldn't get them. Now, go back to the Battle of the Barents Sea. And sorry about that, but there's literally... There's been some holes drilled through from the boiler room to my office today to allow for a power socket to be put in, because the nearest section it can be nearest power supply it can be hooked into is through the boiler room. And what I think's happened, having gone and looked at it, is that the heat on one side, the heat differential between this side, means that it builds up and then it comes through. And because of the way the hole's being left with things, it creates a sort of breathing sound. It's fun. Anyway, so, as I said, the moment the Germans had received notice about what the British were doing, they activate Operation Regenbogen. They activate this force. And they're going, this force, based where they are, and they're based mostly at Altifjord, which is in Finnmark area of Norway, which, if you're not sure where that is... If we go back to our earlier map of Regenbogen. So, you can see Bear Island up there, which is a critical point for the whole for the operations. Well, and for lots of things that are going on. If you go down from there, and just slightly along, once you reach the lovely sort of designation of what's in the Arctic Circle and what's not, you'll find that area. You'll find Finnmark, part of Norway, and you couldn't be any higher up. You also couldn't be any better located for intercepting convoys, because by that point they are the most alone they can be. They're the furthest away from the UK. They have very limited Soviet support. You have maximum air dominance, maximum capability, until the British can start bringing things with them in terms of aircraft carriers. It's one of those things, again, if you go back in time and you change the decision of Churchill to pause the carrier construction as well as capital ship construction, it's amazing how different operations will be if you have all the illustrious class completed at sort of on the roughest schedule they should have been completed, and if you have the implacables coming into service when they should be, these things coming into service and follow-ups coming up along the slips behind them at pace. It's amazing how quickly operational situations change in World War II if you have this constant construction of Royal Navy carriers instead of a pause. So yeah, they leave Altifjord, and their plan is to attack it. Now, they have actually, one of the interesting things is Operation Regenbogen has been going on for quite a while. It really has, but it's been disrupted. So they were planning to doing it after Operation PQ-18. But then there had been Operation Torch, which had suspended some of the Arctic convoys, and then Operation FB, which had been... How do I put this? independent sailings of some ships, so they hadn't justified using the whole force, deploying the whole force, because there are always British submarines as well out there. There's always something going on. Do I have to? Oi. I'm live.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Families. I was away.
Well.
Okay. No. YouTube ads. I should do YouTube ads. Sorry, it was basically my sister was asking me if I could smell gas in the boiler room, and I couldn't. So, as far as I was concerned, it's okay. And they weren't doing anything near the boiler. They really weren't. So it was all fine. Anyway, so sorry about that. So with these sort of forces moving towards each other, and these sort of forces starting to get close to each other on the 31st of December. You know, we talked about the convoy strength, we talked about different forces. Now, what you have to remember is they are travelling quite far apart. Whole idea is if you find Force R, you won't know where the convoy is. The whole point is if you find the convoy, you won't know where Force R is. And this map really does illustrate that quite well, because if you look, the solid line is the convoy. The line up the top, the dot and dash line, that's Force R. Look at how far away they are on the map. It really does illustrate how far away they are from each other. And then you have the German forces and where they come in. And where they are at 0900 hours versus where the convoy is at, etc. You have the various escorting forces. And you even have the Lutzow, which doesn't get in position until about quite late in the battle, realistically. I'm positive we're fine. Set up scripts to run every hour. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to do that in YouTube. It'll complain about it, but it doesn't allow me to do that. So, I either have to hand full control to them, which means they put an ad every time I pause in speaking, which, because I think to evaluate my words, would cause a lot of more ads to appear than I'd want, or I have to do it manually. Now, the thing is, Uribe and one ship are detached from the convoy at this point. They are not going to take part in it. So that's one of the destroyers already gone. She's gone to grab it. And there's also Bramble was still off searching for stragglers. Vizalma and another ship were far to the north. Barents cruisers are technically to the southeast of the convoy. The southeast, and there's also a homebound convoy not 150 nautical miles away, which has its own escort with it. Please remember that there are more escort destroyers also coming, kind of like what happens at North Cape, where the Germans find themselves sandwiched between two of those sets of fighting force destroyers. That has a very real possibility at Barents Sea. Anyway, at 0800 hours, the Friedrich Ercult sights the convoy and reports it to Admiral Hipper. At 0820 hours, Obdurate, which was to the south of the convoy in a watch position, spots the German destroyers, 3 of them, to the rear of the convoy, west of the convoy. Onslow, which of course is the Sherbrooke ship, spots Hipper also to the rear of convoy. And calling up Orwell, Obedient, and Obdurate, who's already there, steers to intercept. So there are 4 British destroyers going on straight off to try and intercept the Germans. Akates starts making smoke and stays at the convoy. At which point, Sherbrooke starts to launch into the British favourite. The very old-fashioned British favourite. Which is... launching torpedoes. They charge the Germans, taking all the risk of this. They were launching torpedoes, but they don't launch. They blank them. They turn as if they are launching torpedoes. Some of the ships even chuck stuff into the water to make it look like there were splashes. And then they maneuver as if they're maneuvering off. And immediately the Germans, rather like the British did at Jutland, go, torpedoes in the water! Those are dangerous, those can sink us! And withdraw behind smoke. And as said, what the British do is they keep trying to head towards the smoke. They keep heading towards it, or trying to go through it. And again, this can be done in part because of the Kumets have been ordered to take no risk. So if you're an admiral in that situation, you might have torpedoes in the water, you can't take any risk. If you can't take any risk, you have to turn away. Yeah, then no one has learned about that trick by this point. It wasn't that heavy. The weather was not exactly clear and lovely, but it was about as good as it's going to get. They'd had severe gales the previous days. They were having they were actually having the best weather they'd had on those. If it had been severe gales, the Germans probably wouldn't have even tried it. They'd probably held up. Now, at this point, Hipper tries to make a second attack then. And during the second attack, she managed to hit Sherbrooke. She hits Onslow. And this causes 17 killed aboard Onslow. But no, Sherbrooke continues on. Sherbrooke continues commanding. At a certain point, he's going to pass command over to HMS Obedient. At a certain point, he does. But he hasn't done it yet. Now, there's a great line in Schofield's book here at this point, which I'm going to nick shamelessly by reading it out. Because that's what you do. Sometimes you just do that. That's the advantage of having these books next to me. Now, at 10:08 hours, it appeared as if Hipper had given up the attempt to close the convoy and was retiring to the north. But in fact, this was part of Kumet's plan, to lure the escorts away from the convoy and give Lutzow a clear run. At 10:13 hours, he signalled to his forces, Hipper to the north convoy, and there are 4 enemy destroyers between us and the convoy. At the same time, he evidently decided to try to drive off Sherbrooke and his 2 destroyers, for he ordered Captain Hartman to turn and re-engage them. The first salvos were inaccurate, but then Hipper scored 4 hits on the Onslow, which put her 2 forward guns out of action, shot away her main aerials, and started a fire in the forward superstructure and in the mess deck below, as well as destroying both radar sets and holding the engine room. As such, this situation was when Sherbrooke is finally wounded. And he did not, though, however, go below until he passed his command to Commander Kinloch of the Obedient to take in charge. It was at this point that a snowstorm descended, reducing visibility to about 2 miles, and Hipper was lost from view. The Hipper's entry in its log at this point: the British destroyers conducted themselves very skillfully. They placed themselves between Hipper and the convoy, so that it was impossible to get near it. Now, at this point, up in the north, Burnett is not really sure what's going on. They'd first noticed the contact and the fighting at 08:58 hours when Sheffield's radar had registered it. At 09:32 hours, they'd spotted gun flashes. They thought probably they were anti-aircraft fire, but they weren't. And so he eventually decided that he should turn to port because, as said, and as he would later discuss with his captain, A.W. Clarke, Royal Navy, when in doubt, steer for the sound of guns. So at 09:55 hours, which if you consider is 2 hours into the fighting, considering they first spotted each other at 0800 hours, to 09:55 hours, the cruisers turned south and increased speed to 31 knots, which they are making in this weather. Now, at this point, when they're coming south, well, they're heading towards the convoy. Admiral Hipper is turning away again. They tried to get through the destroyers. They failed to get through the destroyers again. And as they pull away, they actually come across Bramble, Halcyon-class minesweeper sloop. The Bramble, which is a Halcyon class, remember, and I want to just emphasize what that means, what Bramble is armed with, because she's a sloop. She's armed with 2 4-inch guns in single mounts, some machine guns, and depth charges. What does Bramble do when she sights Hipper? She fires her guns. She engages. This is why it's always described as Hipper returns fire. The guns? Well, let's be honest. If 8-inch shells hit a vessel the size and form of Bramble, which displaces just less than 1,000 tons in standard load, 1,400 tons, less than 1,400 tons fully loaded, there's not going to be much left of her. The fact is, though, she's well built enough that it's the Frederick Eichhold which finishes off Bramble with torpedoes, and so she sinks with all hands. At this point, then, Hipper returns to trying to attack Obedient and Achates to the south, which are off with the convoy. And she manages to hit Achates. She has enough accuracy, she does hit her. She does hit her. But the thing is, her time is numbered, and 11:35 hours, well, Hipper's fun is officially over. As Sheffield and Jamaica arrive and start pouring enough 6-inch shells on her to damage 2 boiler rooms, reducing her speed immediately to 28 knots. The moment he realized, Kunitz realized that he was facing cruisers, he ordered his ships to retreat to the west. I will say there's a little bit of fun in the aftermath, which we'll be talking about, but it involves the Germans repeatedly forming up on the British, thinking they're their allies in the very bad weather, and the British taking full advantage of it. But the Forsar were now pushing in at this point. But the question is, what was Lutzow doing during this time? What was Lutzow up to? What was she doing? So, Lutzow. And again, it's fun to see what she's up to. It is fun to see what she's up to. Now, Lutzow managed to make it to northeast of the convoy and waited for the light to improve. At 11:27 hours, Captain Strange decided to move at that moment to close in and attack. Turned to starboard and steadied on a northwesterly course. He was trying to keep touch with Hipper because Hipper was giving him the information. And Hipper was supposed to be guiding him in, remember. That's commits aboard Hipper was supposed to be guiding him in. At 11:42 hours, the convoy starts being distinguished, so he opens fire at range. But only one ship, Calibra, was hit. And if you go and look up the results of the convoy, you'll find from this battle the Royal Navy has 1 destroyer sunk, 1 minesweeper sunk, 1 destroyer damaged. And they get the merchant vessels through. 14 merchant ships are what they take out. "14 merchant ships are what they deliver." It's a good thing. Now, Calibra, sometimes Calibra, it's spelled Calibra in here as Caliber. But on Wikipedia and in 2 other books I've got, it's spelled Calibre. So I've gone with Calibre on my listing on here. But just wanted to mention that before we get too far in. They were... No. Olex, that's the Battle of North Cape, which is when Charles gets in. It's because the... Don't take it the wrong way. It's because the Germans tried to do the same operation twice. This is what happens the first time they do it. They don't learn their lessons. That's the thing. The Germans don't learn their lessons. Thank you, Palace Plane. Now, immediately, the convoy commodore reacts by ordering an emergency turn to starboard, which, if you see that, that's this hit. That's this point. You notice how Lutzow's actually crossed their path, and when she starts firing, that's when they do that emergency turn. And Commander Kinloch, in obedient, starts heading this destroyers straight towards Lutzow, because they haven't been drawn off by Hooper. They have been keeping close. They haven't been drawn away. Kinloch, sighting Hipper and 2 destroyers 7 miles away, but Lutzow clearer decides to make his to position his ship to ships to go be between the 2 and the convoy, so he can block them both off, because Hipper's force is also to the higher point. Again, you can see this on the map if you look. At this point, though, Lutzow increases her speed up to 24 knots to try and withdraw, because of getting the note from Kometz about the cruisers coming in. And, well, Kinloch and his 3 destroyers are increasing their speed towards the Germans. Now, it doesn't get any better. The Germans are now dealing with the fact that the British destroyers are trying to attack them. They've got the convoy firmly behind them. This is what you can see when you look at the map nice and closely. You can see that Obedient and her force is well placed. Both Lutzow and Hipper and the forces with them, the destroyers with them, are both the other side of the destroyer force from the convoy. You can see Obedience, I would say the dashed line. The convoy's the solid line. Lutzal's line dash dash formation, and yeah, it's not necessarily the easiest map to read, even scaled up, but I'm hoping it's visible. It's a good map though. It breaks it up nicely the way I like it break up. Now, with them trying to sort of fire and keep trying to sort of maneuver, they're getting themselves into trouble. And with the order to withdraw from Kumets, now he's got the cruisers coming in, well, the forces try to withdraw. However, the Friedrich Eckhold and the Richard Bitson decided HMS Sheffield, and let's go have a look at it. So, Sheffield, this one, they decide that she's the hipper in the weather they've got going on. Look at the hipper. Look at the Sheffield. Look at the hipper. Look at the Sheffield. Think how bad the weather must be at this point for them to be confusing the two. Well, they decide to try and form up on them. And, well, the Sheffield realizes what they are quite quickly. And so Friedrich Eckhold gets 12 6-inch shells at quite close range slammed into her. She breaks in two and sinks with all hands. She breaks in two and sinks with all hands. Now, I will say that Richard Bitson gets away, but they come very close to losing more, because the smoke laid by Achates is still hiding them. Yes, Achates has been damaged. She has been damaged. They've lost the destroyer. I think she's sunk. She's sunk in this battle. Yeah, she is sunk. She's sinking in this battle, but the smoke's still hiding the convoy. I'm just checking that because I've been interrupted enough today in tonight's live that I wanted to double check before I said it, because you can get, the more you get interrupted, you can forget things when you're giving a talk or giving any sort of presentation. They've been sunk, but their smoke's still hiding the convoy. Lutzow decides to also try and form up with Sheffield and Jamaica, which opened fire on her. Yeah. So, Lutzow, looking for the hipper, which is a cruiser on its own with destroyers, decides it's going to try and form up with two cruisers. Now, luckily, they're not as close to destroyers, but, yeah, so Lutzow manages to pull off and break away because, her destroyers basically are going into a full-on charge to try and defend their cruiser, as are the Barents, the pair of destroyers, and both cruisers. The Germans are pulling away. There's thick enough weather that the British will not go too far from the convoys. There's much discussion put over whether or not Barents is afraid of the German torpedoes, and probably to an extent he is, but it's a very different reason he's afraid than the Germans are afraid. The Germans are afraid because if they get any damage, then they're going against Hitler's orders, and even if they live, their life might not be worth it when they get home. But for Barents, there's the fact that if he loses cruisers to destroyers at this point, the German heavy units could come back and they might get through the destroyers next time. They might get to the convoy. So he's got a very real distance. He's not prepared to go too far. But what he's been doing is rather like when you are with submarines, if a submarine is fixed by let's say, a sloop or a destroyer, and they found their position, they keep them down while the convoy goes past, and then they go cover up. What the crews have done, the British crews have done, is literally push the Germans as far away, like the destroyers did before them, as they could. And now they're going to go. They're going to back to the convoy, knowing that their speed will mean they can catch up with the convoy. Whereas the Germans, whilst they could in theory, if they do, they're going to be running straight into them. So they've got them away from the convoy. That's their important thing. For the Germans, it's about survival. And at this point, what they do is they sort of keep, the Germans carry on returning, the British carry on keeping a distance between them and the convoy, shadowing the Germans to an extent as they return to their base, whilst also protecting the convoy. Convoy goes on to Kuala Inlet. The battle ends like that. Now, the thing is, Scharnhorst at North Cape, it takes place in 1943. And radar had been developed a bit more, but that takes place in December 1943. Again, there's a reason these battles both take place in December of their year. It's when you're running the convoys. They're out there to attack the convoys. Radar does play a part in this battle, but radar is not yet at the level that we would like it to be. So, if you think about it, radar controlled gunnery is being used, but they're also not as comfortable with it yet as they will be by 1943. Again, the HMS Manchester had radar fitted in 1939. We've had a war going on. There's only so many. The ships are being fitted with radar as quickly as they can. They're getting comfortable with it. But as any of the things, radar guided gunnery is going to become more of a thing as time goes on, as you get used to it. As you get used to how does snow affect it? How does rain affect it? How does all these things affect the performance of your radar? And again, earlier radars were more affected by atmospheric conditions than some modern radars. Question for Town Class cruisers. Knowing this, Brindle and Belfast too, is it policy like is with the Tribals to get the best captains onto the Town Class? Because it feels like it. Yes and no. I would say with the Town Class and to an extent some of the other vessels involved in this scenario, they are, how do I put this? They're the newest and the best of the large light cruisers the Royal Navy has at this point, of the large 6-inch cruisers, and they expect a certain thing from them, and so to an extent they hold themselves to a certain standard when they get there. Plus, you don't, how do I put this? The Royal Navy's big enough at this point is actually in a way both easier and harder for people who are bad at their jobs to get through. It's harder for someone who's bad at their job to get an elite posting, like a tribal, like a Town Class, because they're looking for personality types and experience types of a certain level. The Royal Navy needs more, but they have a lot more to draw from, and you have to remember they can also draw from the Commonwealth navies or the Dominion navies if they need to as well for senior officers, and the same with the Dominion navies, they can draw from Britain or Royal Navy if they need for the senior officers. So all those things combined mean you get quite good officers turning up at most these critical ships. Night security for one, it doesn't really matter if it's a day or night fight. We're talking about the 31st of December 1942. In terms of where the battle takes place, it's 73 degrees north, 29 degrees east. It's well into the Arctic Circle. you have to remember the land of the midnight sun in summer is not is the exact opposite in winter. It is very, very dark. Now, this leads us into how leadership reacted. And leadership reacts at various levels. We've been talking about what the destroyer crews were getting up to and how their crews were motivated to an extent and what their ships were, what their officers were all mangling with. One of the things I would say is when you've got orders, if you were the Royal Navy, and this is one of the things I noticed when I'm looking through the orders, they would use things like trust your judgment to officers. Because again, if the service trusts you, you can trust yourself, and you need to trust yourself as a commander. Once you have instructions like Hitler's issuing about preservation of ships, you start to feel not trusted. And I think this has more of an impact on the war senior officers promoted in the war than it does on the officers who have prior war experience. For example, I think if you gave Langsdorff the same orders, he would have still handled his ships very differently than Kumetz does. The thing is, there are very different senior officers coming about. I'd also say that you have a problem in the Royal Navy at this point in that I would argue you needed they are trying to keep radio silent and to not give away positions, but you really did need someone to you need one of the destroyers under attack to get on the phone and call the cruisers. The fact is, the cruisers were supposed to use their judgment to come in, and the reason they're not getting on the radio is they're trying to give as limited information as possible as to where they are. But the enemy's already engaging you, so they know where you are. So actually sending some signals might have helped. You can also understand they don't necessarily have the time. There's also the fact that I would say, as time goes on with these forces, one of the things you notice is that, especially when you're firmly in the aftermath of Torch, and once you've won basically the North Africa campaign, the destroyer forces change again. The reason you don't have things like tribals, etc. around at this point is because of the legacy of Torch, because of Operation Torch, because of what's going on in Mediterranean at this point. They're all kind of busy elsewhere. The larger fleet destroyers are all sort of busy elsewhere. As time goes on, especially when the Canadian tribals get into service, etc., you start to have these big units get there. Now, the thing is, leadership at different levels react in different ways, and I'm going to talk about all the different levels. We're going to end up on Hitler, but Hitler's decision is fairly famous, but we'll talk about that as we go through. Most of the commanding officers, what they take away from this battle is experience. The British destroyers, and Sherbrooke is a good example, but all his subordinates involved in battle, get it driven home that offensive action is what's going to give them victory. That the aggression which they've been trained and taught to have, and have been encouraged to have for the previous 20 plus years of the Royal Navy, from the Harwich Force onwards, has been inoculated into the Royal Navy's destroyer force, is useful. It's got to be focused aggression, but they can use it. It's a reminder that the tactics aren't changing, that the Germans are trying the same tactics the Italians did in the Mediterranean, of attacking from one direction to draw off the escort, and then attacking from the other direction. The thing is, though, in this scenario, the Germans had really mucked it up, because they'd attacked from one direction, and then they'd attacked again from the same direction, and they hadn't drawn the escort off. The escort hadn't been drawn far enough away from where the convoy was. And the escort never were going to be. Because yes, the escort will charge towards you up until you're out of gun range of the convoy. And the moment you're well out of gun range of the convoy and heading away, they will pull back to the convoy. And there is something there about leadership, because you're in the middle of a battle, you've got an enemy retreating in front of you, it's very tempting to charge straight at the carry on charging, to go for the kill. And again, think about the Royal Navy destroyers and their crews and officers. What are they encouraged? To be aggressive, to try and dominate the battle space, to do those jobs. They're encouraged to do that. They are encouraged to do that, and they do it very well. The problem is, they also have to know when to withdraw, when to stop giving into that aggression, when to hold themselves back. And that is what they demonstrate in this battle very well. They demonstrate the ability to control themselves. Now, the German destroyers really aren't as involved in the battle as they should be, but they never let off the leash enough to be able to. In many ways, the destroyer force could have been a third force. You could have had them skirmishing ahead, or you could have had them attacking. So you could be attacking from two sides, from both sides of the fleet. You could be attacking from all four quadrants. You could have had 3 destroyers attacking from every single angle, from the other sides. You know, if you attack from north of Hipper, south of Lutzow, you have the destroyers coming from east and west. You could have really divided the British destroyers, and anything like that would have caused a lot of trouble. I think, honestly, one of the reasons why there aren't messages flashing off from Onslow, from Sherbrooke, is because the Germans are being one-dimensional in their threat. They're attacking from one angle, and he can contain that threat. He can contain a threat with his training and drill, and he doesn't need to reveal that there are light cruisers there. And the thing is, by not messaging, not radioing, then when the light cruisers show up, they're a complete surprise to the Germans. That's the other advantage of not messaging. And Burnett, well, he goes towards the sound of guns. An aphorism which could have been said by Nelson, by anyone of the Royal Navy for centuries. Sailing towards the sound of guns, the gunfire, that is always allowed. That is always going to be encouraged. That is always going to be agreed to. Because that's your job. There is no point in having ships and not being prepared to risk them, because then you might as well not have them. They're worth nothing at all. In answer to your question about Z-16, which I am because I am not Adolf Hitler, I'm insisting according to Friedrich Eckholt. Yeah, they never had a chance. They honestly never had a chance. And at this point, the Germans have even less force after this. I would say Kummetz, well, you know, what does he learn? Nothing. Honestly, he's not necessarily a bad admiral, he's just meh. Meh. That's it. Meh. He's not... yeah. Meh. That's it. And then we have the strategic leadership going on. What are their different levels of judgment? What are they viewing as going on? Well, I'd like to say that for the British, for them, they're learning the importance of the escorts, but they start trying to work out whether or not they can bring in the escort even closer. There's a fair number of people on Anson who are very annoyed they weren't close enough to get involved. Very annoyed they weren't close enough to get involved. There's quite a few feelings that if the Anson group had also got into the fight, the Germans would have lost some serious capital ships. And, well, cruisers. The Germans considered them the capital ships equivalent because they didn't have enough capital ships. They didn't have enough battleships. They didn't have enough of those vessels, so they had to sort of consider their cruisers also capital ships, and they were losing. They were they were, you know, if they'd lost Lutzow, well, let's put it this way. Would the Royal Navy have called Lutzow in their press releases? No. They'd have called her Deutschland. If they'd sunk Deutschland, they would have been making hay about that forever. And of course, the other point is, and this is something worth remembering with this convoy, Anson and Cumberland, the two large units in the distant covering force, come with three more Royal Navy destroyers and 2 Hunt class. 3 more fleet destroyers and 2 Hunt class escort destroyers. So, yeah. Okay, the Hunt class, Blankley, Chindingford, they're not really great for a surface fight against enemies' heavy units, but they're fine. But the thing is, they can stay on escort pretty much with Anson and Cumberland, making sure no submarines sneak up behind them, while Forrest, Icarus, and Impulsive can go free-reign destroyers! It was bad enough dealing with the O-class going, we can go for you, without dealing with 3 destroyers, and especially not 2 I's, because you have to remember, the I-class destroyer are something special. There's a reason there. They have quintuple tubes. Yes, the I-class destroyers are the only destroyers which can salvo match a T-class submarine. They can fire 10 torpedoes each. Now, yeah, the F-class, which is with them, slightly, not as fun necessarily on that front. She's an F-class destroyer. She only has 8 torpedoes, but still, that's a salvo of 28 torpedoes if they decide to fire them as a combined salvo, or 2 salvos of 14 torpedoes, and that's if they're only carrying torpedoes in the tubes. And as I've said before, and this has been virtually proved in my mind, I long had suspicions because of the number of torpedoes being fired that they were carrying that British destroyers were carrying spare torpedoes. Long had suspicions of that, and reloads. Well, don't be surprised. There are actual positions on Royal Navy destroyers on both. I talked to people when I went to see Haida, and I've talked to other preserved British-style destroyers around the world. And they've basically all said, oh yeah, well there's a torpedo store there. That's the torpedo tying down spot. And they usually have a spot on the deck, not far away from the tubes, where you can tie down 1 or 2 torpedoes. So yeah, it's not a massive increase of salvo, and yes, you have to reload them manually at sea while on the way. But would I put it past the Royal Navy doing that? No. I wouldn't. Find an extra torpedo? No. Having torpedoes on deck? Well, yeah, that's a risk if you get hit, but honestly, for a destroyer, if they get hit by anything big, that's a risk. Versus the value of having some extra torpedoes, those are useful. So yeah, the senior leadership in the UK, they're pretty pleased with themselves. They just think about how they're going to do it in the future and how they basically repeat this in North Cape, which is about a year later. The senior leadership in Germany, well, as I've said already, Raeder has to retire. He's forced to resign, basically, because Hitler is, well, to call him infuriated, we're putting it mildly. Hitler doesn't understand why, despite his orders of those ships being massively preserved, the British are not playing ball, and we are not able to kill them. We should be able to kill them. I've got a perfect plan. You presented me with this plan. They would die, and they didn't. They didn't line up and die, and the ships didn't come home intact. They came home damaged, and the hipper never gets repaired after the damage. The hipper never gets repaired. Lutzow was very lucky the damage was as light as it was. If the 6-inch cruisers had any longer of firing, Lutzow could also have been damaged to the point at which she wasn't going to be repaired. And he doesn't actually, this is the interesting thing, he doesn't fire radar. He says he's going to get rid of all the surface ships. He's going to scrap all the surface ships. And to concentrate everything on U-boat warfare. And sort of everything on that. Which gives the British the one-dimensional threat they've been dreaming of. By the way, if this did actually happen at this point in 1943, at the beginning of 1943, the British would love it. Because then the moment they won the Mediterranean, that would free up all their capital ships, all their carriers, all their heavy units to go to the Far East, to go to the British Pacific Force and the Eastern Fleet, to go do those jobs.
There was a question about fixing canals, and I suddenly realised why it came, because there's a canal failure up in Manchester.
Yeah?
If they look on the River and Canals Trust website, they'll see how you can fix it. Basically block it off.
Do you want to say that here so that I don't have to try and repeat that for everyone? There was apparently a question on canals earlier, and my sister's gone away thinking about this.
There was a question on canals, and I got distracted by somebody who needed my attention. And it'll be on the Rivers and Canals Trust. There'll be this, I think it's the Rivers and Canals Trust. They may have changed their name, but they generally restore rivers and canals, or other canals, and what they do when they do lock gates is they block everything off and drain it, and then they restore it and put it back again. And they do it traditionally, and I've actually got some pictures of the drained of a lock gate in it's Camden Lock. It was done about 10 years or so ago. I got dragged up there by my mother to look at it. But
our mother is always inactive in our careers. Always inactive.
I know she just wanted to sit herself, so it's an excuse.
Yeah.
But they will basically they sort of drain that bit and then stabilise it and do the same way they would do a coastal stabilisation, or they make man-made islands. It's a similar process. It's all the same, but it's all on the website. I can't remember who asked the question.
Don't worry, I'm sure if they're still watching, and if they're not, they'll probably watch back and find out later. The people that usually do come back in.
And there's it's the Earlog Energy Theatre in Dublin. Is an interesting modern building, but I can't think of my favourite modern building at the moment because
there's too many you don't like.
There's too many I don't like for a reason. There are a lot of glass boxes. Glass boxes and concrete.
Yes, Leslie, but the thing about is usually the Rivers and Canals Trust are brought in to do the work still, even if they are not the owner, and they have the methodologies.
They get the experts in.
Yeah,
so
they're the experts who are called in to do it. So Peels might own it, but they'll do it in the corner.
So it might be one of the environmental rivers department, whatever it's called now, for somebody like, I don't know, Arup's got one.
Yeah.
Atkins Relis has got one. Mott McDonald, whatever they're now called these days, has got one. All the big engineering firms have all got a big rivers and coastals team, and it's them that do that. And they also do things like man-made rivers. So when I was working for Capita Simons, which is now called Capita, which actually has had 3 generations of the water and environment team since I was there 20 years ago, they actually made a river so that it helped for flood defence. somewhere. I can't remember where it was, but yeah, it's that there's the knowledge is there.
Yeah.
And don't forget,
It's Leslie, I think, who asked the question.
The Olympics say reduce.
And Gareth was trying to back you up. Yeah. This is the thing. We should really get you to do a video where you answer these questions.
No.
We've got to get you your own channel at some point on engineering.
No.
We'll set you up, you and Drag up together. You can have a civil engineering nerd out.
No. Yeah, get Oliver with him. Oliver would enjoy it far more than I would. I get enough for students every day.
Okay, sis. Take care.
Yeah, I always get them.
No, you do well. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if she remembered your question, Melanie, but if you remind me of it, I'll try and get her to answer it. So if we get back to it, Raider has submitted a 90 minutes tirade on the subject by Hitler. 90 minutes. Not asked, not ordered to fired, but basically decides to resign. And he decides to resign as a ploy because Donitz has Hitler's favour, because Donitz is apparently winning the war with the submarines. Or rather, he's delivering results which Hitler thinks are amazing, but they're not actually winning the war, thanks to the work of Bletchley Clarke, thanks to the work of the various all the escorts being constructed and entering service, thanks to the Liberty ship program, the Victory ship program, the Parks ships program, thanks to all the things going on, the U-boats are actually at the losing side of the war. And yes, there is always the point of what happens if they get a load of Type 21s in service. Well, the thing is, they don't. But even if they did, the main problem for their submarines, and this is what the Germans haven't seemed to realise yet, the main problem for their submarines in winning the war is a painful version of arithmetic. In that, to use your assets the best you can, you need experienced crews. However, experienced commanders tend to take more risks because they are prepared to push their luck more, if they're successful. There are going to be commanders who are still alive, who've got a lot of experience, but that's because they've been very conservative and not pushed their luck, and have backed away at the first chance they've had the first sort of sign of trouble. And there are going to be commanders who have been very good, who've risked their luck, but they tend to be the ones who also get caught. Eventually their luck runs out, like the Trouble class destroyers, and then they get killed. So the commanders you're left with by the end of the war, when you've got these new destroyers, these new submarines entering service, are either very young and aggressive, or very experienced and decidedly not aggressive. On the whole. There are some exceptions, but on the whole, those are the majority of the commanders you're dealing with, who are not going to be the ones who are best used to make use of your force you have. And even if you do bring in new submarines, new U-boats. So the thing is, whilst Donitz has been apparently delivering these things, he knows the value of the surface force. And one of the things that happens is when Raeder resigns, and Hitler accepts, Donitz is appointed to replace him, and Donitz immediately goes to try and save the surface fleet, and manages to get some of it saved. But the work to complete the Graf Zeppelin is suspended for the final time. The Emden, Leitzen, Leipzig are both laid up. Hipper is, as I said, is not repaired. The work on Gneisenau is stopped. And pretty much nothing happens surface ship wise until Convoy JW55B goes to sea. And that's when Scharnhorst is sent out to engage it. And that's when, of course, there's the Battle of North Cape. And Scharnhorst gets sunk. And that's, of course, when Hitler finally does deliver on his promise of getting rid of the surface ships. They're going to get no more funding. Now, the reason, by the way, I think that it was only 90 minutes of tirade is because I'm not sure if Hitler knew any more about naval warfare to be able to fill more than 90 minutes. But not that I ever stopped him with speeches of filling them with twaddle, but, 90 minutes, it probably overworked him. He probably needs to go take some more drugs. After all, he was a very drugged-up dictator. Churchill was partially drunk. Please note, this is not... People always go, but Churchill was drunk. Yes, but Churchill was a man of his generation who'd been a functioning alcoholic his entire life. The man's daily consumption of alcohol rivals my daily consumption of iron brew. And as he said famously to... Was it Lady Astor? I'm not sure who it was. He would be sober in the morning, but she would still be ugly. Not the nicest quote in the world, and it is a play on actually what was said in a speech in a play, but he's Churchill being Churchill. As the saying goes, good speechwriters write new words. Great speechwriters know when to nick. So yeah, what's the summary of this? What's the summary of this battle? What is the summary of this discussion? What is worth talking about? Well, this battle is a good one for illustrating leadership because it is a lot about individuals making decisions. It's not one of those battles where it's almost set piece of, we turn up, we do this, this, this. There is no real battle plan, so as to speak. There has been interwar exercises, there have been practices, but you have to have learnt your enemy before you can try doing dummy torpedo runs. You couldn't do dummy torpedo runs on the Japanese. You can't do dummy torpedo runs on... to push away the Japanese, or to push away, to an extent, the Italian cruisers. They tend to push in. But you can on Italian battleships. And later on, you could to an extent on Italian cruisers. So you don't really practice that before the war. You don't really practice in interwar exercises the idea of your dummy runs forcing the enemy to turn away, because... Again, think about it, the British would think, well, we'll be facing an enemy who's so short of destroyers. You see, I'd argue, again, that if the Germans had left their destroyers with names, and left them and not made them feel like they suffered a slight because they lost at Narvik, because of the situation which was overwhelmingly against them, they lost at Narvik, so therefore they should lose their names. Think about that. We've just lost a battle where we've lost a lot of our senior leadership, a lot of our ships, a lot of our skilled crew have been killed, and then you reward us for surviving by taking away the names of our ships. Now, their morale had suffered. And you need those destroyers. This is another thing this is the problem for the Germans with not having enough destroyers. Because really in this battle, you need enough destroyers that you could be mounting a defense. Now, those destroyers, as said, were supposed to be, were being used rather than offensively independent. They were supposed to be using to defend the Hipper and the Lutzow. But the Hipper and Lutzow, despite having equal destroyers to the number of destroyers to what was being attacked, because most of the time it's the British are attacking with 3 destroyers at any one point, they're not pushing through. They're not trying to use their destroyers to bash them away from the British. They are fairly equivalent ships. These are not tribal-class destroyers on the British side. These are not battle-class destroyers. These are not heavy fleet destroyers. These are regular fleet destroyers. They are ranking about the same in firepower and capabilities as their German counterparts. They should be in equal numbers argument when there's a heavy cruiser sitting behind those German destroyers, be able to push past the British ships. But that requires leadership and the ability to take risks. And they couldn't do that because of the leadership from higher up in the chain. You see, whereas Sherbrooke can risk his ships and know if he risks them, if he does it, as long as he's trying to deliver on the mission of defending the convoy, no one's going to critique him. No one's going to go, you were bad. But for the Germans, they have this constant leadership worry of if they lose their ships or if they even get damaged. Look at what happens to senior officers. Look at what happened to a vice admiral when he returned and Gneisenau was damaged from a otherwise very successful operation. Look at what happens when that happens, is going through their head. Look at the orders we've got. And remember, they're also thinking through this battle, after we win this battle, Lutzow's got to be in good enough condition that she can go off on her own into the middle of the sodding Atlantic. She's got to recreate what Scharnhorst and Gneisenau did together, what Bismarck had been attempting to do, what Graf Spee had done. It's absurd. It's absurd. And that's leadership. Putting those criteria on those ships, on those men, is leadership. Because there is a difference between management and leadership. Leadership means you have to trust your subordinates and they have to trust you. You also have to give them objectives they can achieve. Management is just setting rules and letting people go off, and if they muck up, oh, well, it's not my fault if they'd followed my instructions. Leadership is setting it appropriately. So there is lack of leadership going on here. There is bad leadership. It's setting up the German surface forces to fail. But also, it's bad leadership because they've been strategically set up to fail because they're fighting the British, who have enough resources. And you have to remember, this convoy has all these resources around defending it, but this convoy is going to the Soviet Union. And yes, it matters. Yes, the British want to supply the Soviets to keep them in the fight and keep them well supplied in operations. But ultimately, if the British lose this convoy, it's not going to affect the British war effort. It's going to cause the Soviets trouble, but they'll order another convoy. They've got enough merchant ships being built. They've got enough in stock and enough in supply. They'll put it through. They will send another convoy. This is 1942 going into 1943. There are enough Liberty ships on production lines. They are not going to worry too much. They lose 14 merchant ships. That's bad news. They don't want to do it. They've got to... Hopefully they can recover the crews. Hopefully they can recover the people. But at no point are they doing more. At no point are they going to be in risk of, oh, we've lost 14 ships. That's decimated us. Not at this point. So, they couldn't. The Germans couldn't deliver. The British could. The British had the resources. Not just about, but the British have the resources. And the reason the British have resources, they kept them through the 1920s and 30s. They hadn't been, the Treaty of Versailles hadn't decimated their ability to build a NATO fleet up. But also, and this is the point, the British infrastructure had been leveled. They even though they had less time than they hoped, because they thought they'd have to 1942 before a major war broke out, and so they start the preparations in 1937. So even though they thought they'd have 5 years, that they don't have 5 years, so it means starting from such a greater amount than the others, they can still do it. They can still build up enough ships. For the Germans, and this answers Kevin Ray's question, but I'm not sure why Knights Etc. for One decided to say language. I don't think I said any. I'm fairly certain I didn't say any words which would require language. And you didn't say it earlier when I was talking about dictators. But in answer to Kevin Ray's question, Hitler and Napoleon were the same when it came to naval. Was the Kaiser bad? The Kaiser didn't like his ships being damaged either. But again, it's the fleet in being scenario. It's the fleet in being scenario. The fact is, when you're a smaller fleet, being the fleet in being is a good way of tying down your enemy's resources. But fleet in being only works before you really have the artillery range capability that is known as air power come into service. Once you have air power as a capability, then fleet in being, i.e., the ability to hide in ports or hide a distance, doesn't really work. Fleet in being becomes, well, you have to have the fleet in use for it to be useful. Historically, leadership is also something which is learnt as well as experienced, I would say. And that is where I think quite a few of the leaders in World War II suffer. When we start to look at quite a lot of the senior officers who are more famous and who are more successful in World War II, and the political leaders who are most of them are either fully fledged historians or self-avowed students of history. That whole, you can have many reasons for not having a 23-year-old body, but you can have no excuse for not having a 3,000-year-old mind thing, which is going to be a theme for this entire year of leadership, comes and rears its head on a regular basis. Comes and rears its head on a regular basis. It really does. There are lots of sources out there. These days you even have less of an excuse, because if you're not a big reader, there's YouTube videos, there's podcasts, there's all sorts of things to deal with different styles of learning, different styles of gathering information. There are lots of different options. One of the things I think you see in the sort of period we're talking about, the leadership of both Italy and Germany are more concerned with writing history, as in making history and being perceived by history to be great afterwards, than they are in learning from history. The classic example, of course, is fascist Italy, which has 20 years proclaiming De Mare Nostrum over the Mediterranean and that they are the successors to the Roman Empire. And at no point do they learn the biggest lesson of the Roman Empire. The fact that the Fasces, which, of course, they got their fascisti from, the people who carried rods, and the sort of the sets of rods which were carried by usually slaves, but, behind a dictator, behind a consul, etc., as their sign of office. Well, those things were all, those sticks were all to help mark out roads and to mark out construction. In other words, their symbol of office was not a sword, not an axe, not a shield, but the sticks used to mark out building infrastructure. Because the heart of Rome and Roman warfare and being the size of Rome and capability of Rome is logistics. And logistics doesn't happen if you don't have infrastructure. Mussolini didn't use those 20 years to build up his infrastructure. Hitler. Yeah, he builds the autobahns. Yeah, he does, but he doesn't build up the lorry factories to make proper use of the autobahns, so he can properly actually use the logistics. He's still got a railway-based logistics infrastructure. He builds up railways to an extent. He doesn't really invest in enough, especially not in enough redundancy in the railways and in enough ability to resupport the railways. He invests in synthetic fuels. Yeah, he does, but again, production is never what it's supposed to be. And honestly, they haven't got it diversified enough in terms of sites and in terms of capabilities to really sustain supply when they have problems. And, you know, if we can then throw in Japan as well. But Japan, they are students of history, but in many, many regards, you know, being Japanese is all about knowing Japanese history, especially in this period. If you're looking at the senior people, they really do know their Japanese history, but that's part of the problem. Because it's Greeks versus Romans all over again, but they don't realize it. And the example I give is this, in terms of why do I say Greeks versus Romans, okay? The example from history is this. The Greek city-states used to have wars. And the battle, they'd have a big battle, and then they'd have a negotiation, and they'd decide a treaty, and then it was over. Okay? That's pretty much what they do. Macedonians, sometimes some of the powers are different, but very much it's the outcome of the battle decides what the negotiations are going to be. They don't tend to like long sieges and those sort of things. Tend to. There's exceptions to every rule, remember, but this is a generalization. The Romans, if they win a battle, they then go sack the city, take it over. If they lose the battle, they go back, rebuild their forces, and come back again. Okay? They keep fighting till they win. The Carthaginians, who are inspired by the Phoenicians and are closer to the Greek tradition than the Roman tradition, also run into the same trouble versus the Romans. They're used to their cultures, which are used to having battles and then negotiations. And the winner of the battles gets to set the tone for negotiations. And everything's, broadly speaking, agreed. The Romans don't negotiate in that way. The Romans like to negotiate from a position of strength. I.e., when they have their swords sticking out of your stomach, that's the point at which they negotiate with you. So for the Japanese, who, to an extent, are thinking that, like when they did with the Russians, when they beat them at Tsushima, etc., they then forced negotiation on them, and they thought, well, if they can win a big enough battle versus the Americans, they can force a negotiation on the Americans, and they can have a negotiation like Greeks. And the idea was, of course, that they do enough damage at Pearl Harbor that the Americans charge out of anger across the Pacific through attrition operations, which will wear them down to the point at which they are viable size to have a Kantai-Kessen, a decisive battle. The decisive battle is at the end of the whole thing. Once you've attrited the American forces down, that's the sort of, broadly speaking, war plan they've got. The moment the Americans don't do that, the Americans go, we've lost the Pearl Harbor turns out to be both too successful, not successful enough. It's not successful enough that it's a Kantai-Kessen, and it doesn't give them the victory they need for that. Never could be, realistically, but we'll leave that to one side. But it's both so successful that there is no chance, even if the Americans had wanted to, of the Americans charging out across the Pacific. Despite the fact the Americans have wargamed it and worked out that was exactly what the Japanese wanted to do, and they wouldn't want to do that. So, of course, the moment they fight, the Americans are in a long war. And they've done all their planning around a short war, because they base it on what they would do. So this is the problem. And leadership, I would say, students of history tend to go for infrastructure. Infrastructure. And why am I talking about it in this battle? Because ultimately, this battle is one, if we look at it in the end, of infrastructure. The Germans lost destroyers, so did the British. The British had lost many more destroyers than the Germans had in World War II. But the British started off with many more, and they were building many, many more. Many, many more. The Germans start off with less capital ships than the British. The Germans lose capital ships. The British lose capital ships. Who ends up with their numbers of capital ships increasing by the end of the war? The British. And to be fair, the British, the infrastructure they're mostly building upon is the pre-World War I cycle of infrastructure, which has been improved on since. That's it. And this is the real scenario. It's having the infrastructure for a long war so you can sustain a long war. The Battle of Barents Sea, what I would say, was decided in 1939. Because if we consider the Germans have more ships available, they don't send them. If they'd had another cruiser there, that could have changed it. If they'd been prepared to... Also, if they'd been able to deploy more cruisers, more destroyers up there, the force had acted together, Hitler probably wouldn't have given them more independence movement, but they might have felt more confident in having more independence movement. The thing is, though, if the British know that they have free cruisers up there, then the British are probably going to be moving around in free cruiser formations as well. But these are the options. Wouldn't it have been better to keep the surface ships active because if the resources needed to contain them by the British? Oh yes, it would be. It's strategically much better to keep the surface ships active. I should probably do an advert. But yeah, what I'm going to say is, it's nearly 4 hours, so I'm going to say I'm going to say any questions, and I'll do questions for a bit, and then I will take a quick bio break, and then I'll be on Discord if there's any more questions if people have them. Okay? Quickly, the year of leadership, because that's what's coming up. As you can see, next Tuesday's video is the First Admiral, William de Leybourne. He's a fun character. William de Leybourne is a fun character. And then the week after that is David Farragut. These are the Tuesday videos for the year of leadership. I hope you're going to enjoy them, and I hope you're going to find the year of leadership interesting. For me, leadership, you have to look at the different levels of leadership which affect things. It's always... People tend to think about leadership in battles, they tend to think about the immediate leadership of the people in charge of the battles. I tend to think of the various levels of leadership in the battle. There's going to be the unit leadership, there's the tactical, the command leadership, and then there's going to be the strategic leadership. And all these things are going to have an impact on the battle. Yeah, I have to say I do something similar to Jonathan Moon. I tend to do infrastructure heavy. You'll probably see that again in tomorrow night's Red Alert 2 game on Twitch, because I'm going through the classic games at the moment. I managed to get a whole load of Command and Conquer games for £6 during the Steam sale, and I'm slowly working through them. It's my treat to myself. I shouldn't have done it. I've got a £2,000 tax bill that I'm supposed to pay at the end of January, and I should not have spent £6 on games for Twitch, but shh. Oh. Nice everyone. How much a problem would a Hippo with 8.3-inch guns be? No more than Hippo with 8-inch guns. That really isn't going to change anything. It's not going to change anything. And even if they're heavier and faster firing faster shells and all those things, it doesn't really change anything, because the problem for the Hipper is not that it's the gunnery quality and how often they actually hit. If you consider how many shells they fire versus how many they hit, it's a complete freak accident that Onslow actually gets hit. Let alone, I don't think Lutzow actually managed to hit anything in the fight. I think, going through the list of damage, I've yet to conclusively find anything which was hit by an 11-inch shell from Lutzow, other than, well, I think even a caster was hit by Hipper. Yeah, a caster was hit by Hipper, I'm fairly sure, at long range. So yeah. There's always a possibility it was hit by an 11-inch shell, but it seems to be more likely Hipper. Can I tell the dragon to stop being mean to you, Foxo? Dragon, stop being mean to Foxo. You're my admins. You're not supposed to be being mean to each other. I think I'm gonna guess this. I think Dragon. I think Foxo's hungry. I think you're being mean by not feeding her. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on. That's usually when I hear Foxo complaining that, you know, you're being mean, Dragon. Good luck with the interviews, Safford. Abora 13. Off topic, but are there some historical examples of risk fleet strategies working? Seems like it makes sense in peace, but the second you're in active war, then it becomes a liability. In World War I, it could be argued it worked to an extent because it stopped the British going into the Baltic. And if the British had gone into the Baltic, then the war would have been over within probably months, if not weeks. Because if the British could stop the trade with Scandinavia and the supplies coming in from Scandinavia, the German war machine, especially their food supplies, grinds to a bit of a halt. But, yeah, that's... That's the sort of situation. Risk fleets tend to work as a strategy until they don't work. And again, actually the first ever risk fleet scenario was actually tried by a Royal Navy. It was the Royal Navy versus the French, when the Royal Navy was a lot smaller. They kept a fleet in being rather than engaging the French Navy, so the French Navy couldn't dominate the channel. They were denied the command of the ocean because the Royal Navy still were there. Until the Royal Navy built up enough strength. And then the Royal Navy went and had a battle with them, and, well, it ended quite decisively in the British favour, but we'll leave that to one side. The reason was the British ships were off doing other things. And that's earlier Age of Sail. Ooh. I want to say that's in the time of Charles the... might be William? I thought it was Charles II, but it might have been William or Queen Anne. It was definitely before the Georges. Oh, I'm going to have to look it up. I know I've done a video on the Risk Fleet, and I talked all about it, but I'm now trying to remember who was the monarch at the time, and... it's remembering which of the Charleses, or was it... It's either the Charles or Anne, I think. It's either Charles or Anne. It's either Charlie II or Anne, I think, but I'm not 100% sure. And they're separated by quite a few years, so I'll go and look that up. But there is a Risk Fleet video which does talk about it. So yeah, Risk Fleet can work, but it's like any strategy. It works depending on the context. And the book behind me, which has Gurkha written on it. There's actually potentially quite a few books. There's actually potentially quite a few books, because I have a book... Ooh, I have a fair number of books, actually. Potentially, that's... because you can see one book on Gurkha, with your description, and I can see another two. So, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, yeah, I know. Black calyx. You're looking for where? Lower half, white text, gold letters. What you can see? What can you see at the lower half? That's the question. You're talking this one. I know. I'm guessing. So you can see that one. Yeah. That's by a Kalason Kalesh Lambu. Better to die than live a coward. Life of the Gurkhas. It's how do I put this? Yeah, it's a fun book. But I have a few. I have a bit of a soft spot for the Gurkhas because the two regiments which my family consistently shot with, and when we do actually join the army rather than navy, and it's very rare we join the army, are the Black Watch and the Gurkhas. So traditionally, that's where my family have ended up. Or the artillery. I shouldn't represent. The Royal Artillery has also had a fair number of my family. My family seem to like being able to apply either overwhelming amounts of Scotsmen, overwhelming amount of Gurkhas, or overwhelming amounts of high explosive if they're in a ground combat situation. All books to you are fun books. Pretty much. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed. As said, I will go have a quick bio break, check on the family, check on the boiler, and then I'll be back on Discord to chat and answer any questions. Hope you enjoyed, hope you found it interesting, hope you found a good discussion on leadership, and sorry I was interrupted quite so often. Tonight's not normal to be just interrupted quite so, but I think you enjoyed it, because I think my sister did an excellent job filling in. Although she is discussing engineering, she's an engineer. My sister is, for those who are wondering, is a geotechnical civil engineer. She has a PhD, she's a chartered civil engineer. I think she's also chartered, she's RICS chartered, I think, or something. Which is the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors or something. I'm not sure though. She has all sorts of qualifications. She has... because of the work she does, because of the thing she teaches in, when you know, academics, we all tend to have, in certain fields, they accrue more letters after their name than others. I think she has more letters after her name than she has years of age. She has a lot of them. And Discord link, you should find Discord down below. But also, Nightbot command should appear in various things there, which also give you the links of iDiscord, etc. Will produce a Discord link. iKo-fi, iPatreon, you know, all those things will then produce links. It should work in both Twitch and YouTube, Nightbot, but it seems to be working just on YouTube. Helpfully. Take care, and thank you very much for watching, and yeah. Let's see if the iDiscord works. Yay! There you go. Take care of them. Thank you very much for watching, and hope you enjoyed. Toodles.